I want to call the meeting to order for our work session. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I'll turn the work session over.
Hey, I won't sit down then.
No, you're on.
Well, Vice Chairman, Dan Gardner, Albany Board, it's great to be back with you again. I'm really looking forward to this session. Two things that we want to get done tonight. There were two things that I was asked to do. One was review the board operating agreement. And then the other was have a conversation about your meetings and how you're feeling about your meetings and how we might get a little bit more out, make them more effective. So kind of an open-ended conversation. Can I, is my slide deck up? I can use. Flickered. All I have to do is advance the slide. You able to see? I mean, that's great for me.
We have wheels.
Okay. I think Evan was in the building.
We'll have to do some magic there, but
Do some magic over there. Really cool looking block. Great. So I want to take a step back. Just reflect on our last time I was here about a month ago, not quite a month ago. And I just want, did anything stand out to you? Has anything come up since then? Anything interesting? Did anything make you angry?
mhm.
Do you have any feelings coming out of it?
Thought it was good.
Yeah, what was good? What was good
It
about
just
it?
kind of made us think about how everything we say and do really affects everyone listening, watching, and those that aren't. You know, so
Thanks. What else? Remember what we talked about? I'm gonna have to totally revamp the training. Yeah,
I like to hear why people got on the board.
yeah,
It's not something that we had explicitly ever, like, once in a while, side conversations, right? But just to hear people say why they got on the board, I thought was great. Helps us move towards understanding who each other is.
good.
I thought the intricacies of handling things that are brought to us was interesting. There's a lot of ways to go wrong in that. So my sense is of minefields. Be careful. Be careful where you step. Be careful what you say. But also the need to have somebody hear people's opinions, experiences, feelings.
So you're feeling a little nervous. Came away and like, might feel like make me nervous.
I'd say wary.
Yeah. Anything else?
You know, tying with what Chris said, I mean, you've got to be very careful about what you talk about, especially having been singled out for an ethics violation early on by a staff member. It was very troubling and causes you to not want to speak. And so it's very stifling. And so I'm trying to learn how to only talk in this setting, because this is the only safe place, besides perhaps the superintendent's office when it's one-on-one. So I'm trying to be very cautious about that.
That's incredibly difficult. Yeah, you feel like you can't participate because discourse is what we do when we're doing board work. The whole point of this is to have discourse. And if you don't feel fully comfortable with candidates, that's really challenging. Anything else coming up from last time? God, I've got an activity. It's really fun. I just learned it right after I met with you last time. That's why you didn't get it last time. So
Mhm.
my colleague came up with this really fun activity. It's called Leadership Superpowers. Okay, so we're gonna take a few minutes, and I have a worksheet, and everybody gets to play. This is the fun part. So what I want you to do is reflect on your leadership style, how you show up, the type of leadership you do. All of you are leaders. You're engaged in the community. I mean, it's of course but what is your leadership style that you're bringing to the board?
Well, thank you.
Yeah. You're the administrative profession. Good. You are welcome to use AI if you'd like. That's totally fair, but only if your AI account knows you really well and you've done a lot of work with it, has a lot of content in there, and it knows your leadership style. So
I've
what
never
is it?
used.
You need to think of what your leadership superpower is, and then you have to come up with a superhero name. Everybody tells me that that's the hardest part, is to come up with the name, and then how it helps you in your role. Okay. Sean is like, I am not doing this. This is really dumb.
The name part is, but the other part not so much.
You gotta come up with a cool name. You gotta come up with a cool
I was
name.
like, I already got the other thing. But
Think Marvel Cinematic Universe, whichever one you like. But yeah, take a few minutes. When I see pens down, then I'll know you guys are doing. And then we'll debrief it. And then last time I didn't collect the papers, but this time I'm going to.
Oh, so it's an assignment,
I think I'm gonna take
a
them.
written
are you
assignment.
grading this?
Oh,
Does this count for points?
do I have to put my name at the top?
Okay.
No, your name will be at the bottom and they'll know it right away
So,
by your superpower.
Why are you keeping?
You don't have to write your real name.
Okay.
So
It's a secret
there's a
identity.
document that I'm gonna share with the board
Okay.
after this, a development plan. And so that's why I'm just gonna include it in the development plan. But I want you to want to reflect back. You don't have to put your actual name on. If you just have your superhero name, I think that's good enough because I think. Because really what we're trying to do, well.
Now
go
you
ahead
should-
and-
now you
really
need to
hard.
let us work on it.
Go ahead and work on it, then we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one that sees the superpower. Restraint.
We'll do it. Because we're gonna, then I'll collect it.
All right.
I just don't have a
Stephanie's
name.
still writing. She's
I don't
like,
have a name.
I don't have
either.
a name. And I thought I was pretty creative. But
I didn't think I was creative, and I don't have a name either.
I'm trying to remember what I had. I did this with Woodburn.
Sarah,
It was really good. And I put it in AI. It was really like, it was like create a consensus maker or something like that.
Did you guys come to
No.
Oh, look at it.
All right.
I'm not doing nothing.
My expectations are now like, this is gonna be super awesome.
it's oh, okay. Wow, that's not what I
No
thought.
one said how to
Okay.
be a good superhero
It's
name,
John
right?
Favreau.
I like that one. Okay,
There you go, see?
You got one?
I think I do.
It just helps crystallize a thought. and get it down.
Okay.
Okay, superheroes, leadership super. So the reason why we do this is we're trying to get into the room what each of you are bringing to the group. You guys need to work as a team to lead this district, right? And so it's and it's a fun way to do it. So it's a little silly, I get it. But board work is hard, so it's fun to do a silly thing every once in a while. So who's courageous? Who's the courageous superhero?
I'll step off into the platform if you want somebody to. That's
Go,
fine.
Brad.
Okay, so my superhero name, the Answer Man.
Okay, what's
Because I'm a creative problem solver. That's
Yeah.
basically what I do at work. My employees find new and creative things to break and how to break them, and then I get to figure out how to fix them. And so I become a creative problem solver.
Awesome. Thank you. That's wonderful. Okay, who's next? You're good? All right, go.
That was perfect. Clarity.
Excellent.
That was AI.
That's
Yeah.
great, Captain Clarity. Okay,
Yeah.
what's your superpower?
Asking a lot of questions. Keeping things on track. Seeing the big picture. Attention to detail.
Yeah,
And thinking strategic. So Captain Clarity.
I love it. Love
I was gonna put graveyard manager, but in
it.
reference to where the bodies
Where
are.
the bodies are.
But I didn't quite think that.
Yeah.
Well, I have clarity in my title too, but I'm not very creative about names. I put clear communication as my superpower, but it was a choice between staying calm under pressure, which is, I taught middle school for a long time. Yeah. Anyway, I named myself Clarity Chris, but that's terrible, and I know it's terrible.
It's okay. You can work on it. It's all right.
Now he's gonna know which paper's yours.
Right. Well,
It wasn't going to be a secret anyway, I don't think. There aren't very many of us.
I put Stephanie the Sentinel. Active listener / empathy and understanding.
Love it.
Yep.
That's
So I stole a name, but not a superhero name. I don't think he's a superhero, but Jarvis. I think my superpower is just making things happen. I'm not necessarily. I don't see myself as the person in the front being the voice of stuff, but one either number 2 or below, just doing the things, making sure everything's going, so the front person can look good and be up front and answer the questions.
Well,
I don't think
Good.
Jarvis is a superhero, but
As a Marvel character.
I said I stole a name, but not a
totally works.
not a superhero.
It totally works.
Because when he's a hero, he's Vision. So
Without Jarvis, there would be no Iron Man.
Exactly.
The oil guy.
Okay.
And I apologize. Like, I'm not, like, I ran through all of the DC comics. I ran through all of Marvel, and I'm like, it's just not really worth it. So it both smooths and calms the water, right? So in pressure situations, I generally tend to focus on what I say and what I do. And I can't always control what is going on, to move that to a good effect is what I hope. And that started here at my very first rally on day one, right? And so that's been what I bring.
I'm using a name that Andy gave me, Bruiser. Generally my superpower is I stay the course, right? So if there's a task that has to be done, no matter how small or large, easy or difficult, I know I have to get that done, and I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that that happens.
Serious resonance there. Insights about your team. I know we're missing, we're down one. We could have done this with the whole cab. You might try this.
Yeah. Be fun.
Any insights about your team?
There's a variety, which you need in any good team.
Yeah. Good swath of get her done. I mean, I got two get done and a problem solver. I got a couple, person calming, building consensus, empathy, clarity. Components for some good board work for sure. Anything else? Come on.
Be interesting to know what other superpowers are if you didn't just have to choose one.
Right.
Do you have a strong second suit?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could do something like Gallup Strength Finder or something. There's a bunch of different tools that you can use to get at these. But this is just kind of a fun way to kind of scratch the surface and get a sense of who you have in the room and what skills and what qualities you're bringing into the space, that the work you're doing.
Where did this list come from?
Honestly, I'm not exactly sure. My colleague Jenna Avila Medina came up with it, and I've poached it fair and square. What'd you think? You're the second board that I've done this with. Was this good? Show of hands. Thumbs up. It's or don't do this again.
That's all right.
I like there was risk taking involved with each other. Just
Yeah.
even a little bit.
Yeah.
But you have to say you have a strength. Right? I like that.
Good. Keep using it. Awesome. Okay. Next man. Yeah.
Do we want to turn them in? I mean,
Yeah.
You're gonna collect them. You gotta do what you say.
I'm gonna collect them because I'll synthesize these.
you didn't want to go there.
No?
You are Bruiser. Your name's on Bruiser. That back to you. Full credit. Back to you. Full credit.
I'm almost done with my story.
Operating agreements. Okay.
A lot of them are.
Hope I did I print enough of these.
I bet there's
I
a
haven't-
copier in this building somewhere.
I know.
Thank you.
Probably printed one for the superintendent. I don't have.
I'll make one.
That's okay, I got it there.
Give it to Chris. Go.
All right, so the board has an operating agreement. And so we're just gonna walk through this. So I see my former colleagues' fingerprints all over this. This was approved in 24. Do you know when the board generated this?
So Chris can probably give you more, but when I got here, there were 3 separate agreements. Board to board, superintendent to board, board to superintendent. And it was, I think that there was a lot of attempting to fix problems at that time. And then the 24 was an attempt to consolidate.
Yeah.
And so
It sounds like Steve Kelly. Was Steve Kelly the last of us to be a consultant? Was it Chris Milano? Okay. Well, here and there, it's, a lot of this sounds like, things that Steve Kelly would have come up with. It was his approach, but that's okay. So I need a volunteer, someone to read that first paragraph.
We believe collaborative governance is an approach that utilizes effective partnerships to learn and lead together in an environment of trust and respect, with a shared focus on high expectations and outcomes for all students through collective responsibility, accountability, and support. Mhm.
Share. Does that statement make any sense to anybody? I mean, just on its face, just hearing it, just like that. Did that make any sense to you?
Mhm.
Sure.
Kinda? You're better than me.
Well, it has more than one focus, so it's kind of complicated.
Really complex. A lot going on here. So let's take the first part. We believe in collaborative governance. Collaborative governance is an important effective partnerships to learn and lead together. Tell me about that. Why is that important to this?
Because it tells us we're going to be working together. We're going to be collaborating.
They can pick you.
Oh, I'm gonna have two mics now. They're really gonna get my voice.
So I agree with what Chris said. I think the real challenge is to represent a broad community of 70,000 people and yet work together here. I think it's just really challenging. Many of our people have one issue or a general alignment that precludes us from pleasing all of them at once. And so the commitment to work together is difficult, but is the core work you have to be able to do to be productive.
Other thoughts on that first clause, that learning and leading together? That idea of partnership. We didn't touch on it very much last month. I can come back and do a whole section on it if you'd like, but it's this idea of accountability and styles of accountability. Oftentimes when we think about governance accountability, particularly over a local jurisdiction, it's pressing your thumb on them, making them do things that in the way that the board or the governing body wants. That doesn't really produce very good outcomes for reasons, because we're people. And that this collaborative approach, this agreement that we're going to walk together, I might have used that phrase last time, that we're going to walk together in this work, and I think it's later in this document that the success and challenges of the district, the board and the superintendent are going to share together, walk together in doing that work. So that's kind of at the heart of that first clause there. So trust and respect. What about that? Why is that important? Why is it in the first sentence of your document?
Because you have to assume it before you can begin, I think. At least be able to credit people with good intention, you know,
Sure,
at the very least.
absolutely.
It also, like almost anybody that reads that would understand that there's an implied onus on them and how they operate, right? It doesn't come from other people to them. It is that you will show respect, which should lead you away from some things, right? Surprises, those kind of things.
Yeah, we'll talk about all that in just a little bit. Yeah, trust and respect is the currency that the board operates on. It forms the moral authority to govern. if you lose public trust, I mean, in the most extreme cases, when a board or a governing body loses public trust, we have recall petitions. But even before that, we become ineffective as a governing body. So trust and respect is the very currency that you spend when you're doing your work. When you ask hard questions, you're always trying to cultivate that trust to do this work. Ooh, I love this this next one. Focus on high expectations and outcomes for all students. How about that? We talked about a bit about this last time, didn't we? What do we mean by that?
High expectations is a better way than saying everyone's going to be 100% at everything. Because not everyone can be 100% at everything.
Sorry about that. And to keep the board's focus on trying to come up with policies that will generate better outcomes throughout the district. Try to take that upper level look approach as opposed to in the classroom, but how to guide the behemoth that is the district in a direction which will hopefully give us the best outcomes, and continue to monitor so that we can see if we do or do not become successful with where we were going and if we need to make adjustments.
It's also a really clear focus. If we're not doing this, we're not doing the right thing.
What is the focus of the sentence?
Students.
Yeah, it's focus on high expectations for students. It's the fulcrum of the lever. I mean, it literally sits in the middle of the sentence, but this whole thing teeters on focus on high expectations for kids. And then we do that through collective responsibility, accountability, and support, which kind of dovetails with that trust and respect clause in there. But really, we're centering students and their performance throughout. Great discussion. I really like the sentence. It's one that when I first started with OSBA, we were working on a theoretical framework around collaborative governance. We've since moved towards balanced governance, but collaborative governance is a perfectly fine way. This statement is a perfectly appropriate way to conceptualize governance. And you can take this collaborative governance and you can take it to your nonprofit board, or if you sit on a private board, like for a business. I mean, you can practice collaborative governance. You just change the terms in here. It still works. It's still effective. So, really a useful statement. Who would like to read number 1?
The Greater Albany Public Schools Board shall focus its communication efforts and work toward the achievement and outcome of all students we serve as outlined in the strategic plan.
Interesting. I've never seen a statement quite like this, so I was like, that's interesting. What is the board's relationship with the strategic plan? And maybe what is the board's relationship right now, and what do you think it should be?
Well, I'll offer that we have discussed with a couple of the board members the timing of refreshing it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have not set a date for that. We have facilities that is taking a large piece of the planning this year.
Sure.
Right? And so I can't remember the year.
Started in 19. There was another interruption of COVID.
Oh, yeah, you had a pandemic in there. Yeah, so maybe not the most effective strategic plan at this point because so much has changed. Yeah, and I mean, the pandemic changed a lot of things for us. So then thinking about priorities. So vision directed planning actually is standard one in balanced governance. It's number one. It's the first one. Being stewards of district priorities is one of the crucial roles of the board. And when you do the work, and I'm assuming back when they developed that strategic plan, the board and district team got together and identified those key things that needed to happen that would move the needle for kids. And that's, they did the best they could before COVID and came up with those priorities. It's important that the board keep those front and center. You have a lot of distractions, a lot of things coming at you. You have people talking to you all the time. Turn on the television. There's plenty of things to draw your attention. But if you've taken the time to sit and go through a process with your education experts and identify key things that you need to do to improve outcomes for kids, then that's the lens that you should be shooting your attention through. So when distractions come up or when items come up, you say, is this aligned with our strategic priorities? Is this what we need to be doing? And if it doesn't fit in there, then it may be something that we want to set aside or at least defer until later. So strategic priorities are crucially important. Now, I understand your 2019 strategic plan might not be fully aligned to the work that the district is doing, but you do have integrated guidance that provides some really nice goals that the board can interact with and grab onto to help support district and maintain governance focus. Let's see what are the questions I put in here. So just looking at this statement, what is the purpose of the statement? What's it trying to do? Focus attention. I know this, it's a little hard, but I mean,
Well, where we should be putting our focus.
there
What,
you go. Okay. So that might be something as we think about what the board wants to work on. We'll talk about development goals, but if the board isn't looking at strategic priorities right now, getting grounded on what your district team is focusing on, because I guarantee you they've been working hard all summer long and are focused on some key priorities for this year. So that should be a conversation the board should be having with the district team, and then how you can support them in doing that work. And of course, dovetailing that with the expectations that you're getting out of community. Ultimately, that's what a strategic plan is splining the expectations of community with the expectations of the district. Are we good? You guys aren't talking a lot. Who wants to read number 2? We already talked about it a little bit.
I'll read it. The GAPS board will share in the success and failures of the school system alongside the superintendent.
Why is that important?
We have to be in this together. We can't just finger point and say, well, you did this. Or, I mean, it's got to be a team effort.
Yeah.
Budgets are tight. We had to turn the lights off. Sorry.
It's going to get intimate.
Oh, there we go. Becca fixed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Other thoughts? Has everybody here been an employee?
Not for a very long time.
So you might have to go on the way back, Brad. But imagine when you were an employee, you think about your own success and failure. Feels a lot better when your boss is with you and helping you and coaching you, yeah? Versus sink or swim, buddy. Same with the school board and a leadership team. I mean, if you're gonna cut these guys loose, it's not gonna go well. And they derive inspiration and authority from you. And so you are in an employer-employee relationship with your superintendent. So you're responsible for inspiring and empowering your leader to do the work. So there's a really functional component to this as leaders. I already did that, Vince. Good notes. Okay, number 3. Any more comments on 2? Time check. Okay, then someone read number 3.
The GAPS board and the superintendent agreed to avoid surprises by establishing direct and clear communication.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you why. Why is that important?
Then there's no confusion. It's the communication has been put out. I mean, there's no, oh, I didn't know that was happening. If communication goes out and we've checked it,
I would also compliment both the existing board members, that even when they have been out as individuals, I know that they have each communicated very clearly with people that have brought things to them,
Good.
right? That leads me to trust them, right? That they have a clear sense of boundary even in those conversations. I thought that was important.
Yeah. Did you hear what the superintendent just said?
Did.
He used the T word. As you're interacting, you're cultivating trust. Ultimately, that's what this is all about. I mean, when we're not surprising each other, we're cultivating trust. When we're not surprising community, we're cultivating trust with them. What does it look like? Give me examples of no surprises. How do we ensure no surprises? Don't let the lights just.
If we showed up today, started the meeting, and superintendent was like, "Oh, by the way, during the meeting, we're firing 30 teachers," and that's the first we're hearing of it, we wouldn't be able to talk about how people that we know are we're representing feel about that. Give him, I mean, besides our personal feedback on that matter, it would be just us personally, which is not what we're supposed to be representing up here.
Yeah. So conversely, how would a superintendent get into that conversation? Because sometimes we got to fire 30 and we got to lay off 30 teachers. Sometimes it happens. I mean, it does. There's last year, districts all over the state had to do exactly that. And it was hard. So how do you get into that conversation?
I mean, it's just being open through the whole process, because if we're aware of what the budget is, we're aware of what we've got coming in, we're aware of, I mean, unless there's some random unforeseen thing that happened today at 4 that we don't know about, then you're aware of the whole process going into it. You're not like dropped in on at the last moment type of thing.
And you know what? Those operational things, sometimes they do happen. I mean, the example that I pull is was from Little District. This is going to be quaint. They had in their policy, they had a fixed number of foreign exchange students that they would allow into the district. And folks had recruited 2 extra. And so the superintendent dropped onto our ask to have placed on the agenda consideration of that policy to allow 2 more students, because the kids were already in the States. They were already in the community, and school started the next week. And so that's an example of where board got surprised, but there was a real, operational need for that, and it was good for kids. So sometimes those things do come up. What else? No surprises.
Both Andy and Chris are really good at keeping us informed either by text when there's an event that happens at a school, a lockdown, or another surprise event. And Andy's exceptionally good about putting out a newsletter once a week, just kind of a what's going on. I forgot what you title it, Andy, but
Weekly update.
weekly update. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we get a weekly update of kind of what's going on and what's percolating for all the board members to kind of digest.
Perfect. Yeah, we could go on and on with ways that teams communicate back and forth. When you're preparing your packet, doing it far enough ahead of time to get your questions to staff, before the meeting. Even if that's 30 minutes before the meeting. I can say that because I used to be a lazy board member, and I would, even if it was only 30 minutes, I was prepping my packet right before the meeting, I'd still send Ryan that question, because then he's got that 30 minutes. He can hand that off to the CFO or whoever it was. So that at least they know it's coming. Now, I'm not going to get the answer ahead of time. I'm going to get it in the meeting or maybe even after the meeting, but at least, getting it ahead of time. And if you do blindside staff with a question in the meeting, which does happen, you throw a zinger at them, put the caveat and says, you may not have an answer for this right now, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Or if it's something that they told you 3 times earlier, like the change in the PERS rate, what the actual percent is, for whatever reason, I had like a mental block. I always forgot what that was. I'd always have to ask the CFO, remind me again, what is the PERS rate? Part of it is just coming to this process with a little bit of humility. That's what it is. Let's see. Any other examples of no surprises? I mean, you guys are really good about noticing your meetings. They're really clear, easy to find. Really appreciate that. Makes my job easier, and it's really nice for public because they know what you're going to talk about. They know when the meeting's going to happen, where it's going to happen, and what's going to be on the meeting. It's good. Okay, where were we? Avoid surprises and establish clear communication. So this is the first part where we start seeing connection to elsewhere in the document. So let's jump down to number 6 because it's related to this. So who wants to read number 6? Start marking this up.
Yes, I'll read it. GAPS board members will communicate directly with the superintendent as soon as possible when information is needed or a question arises from the GAPS board, from staff, or from a community member. Specific questions concerning information contained in the board packet will be provided to the superintendent with sufficient time for the superintendent to respond.
That last bit is right to what I was talking about.
I have not had an experience where it came lately or out of the blue. I think in general, the board will reach out and ask questions at any time during a month, not waiting for the meeting. Gives us a chance sometimes to solve it. If a given parent, for example, has expressed a question to them, we can then work with that parent. And a lot of times these things never really reside at board level. They are solved at the least problematic level. So that's been my experience here.
Good. Yeah, speedy communication with the superintendent about issues outside of the boardroom is really helpful. Again, the board, you are his eyes and ears. He's just one guy. So help him have that superhuman situational awareness when things are bubbling up. And remember, the public thinks we have that magic wand, but we don't. We don't have any operational capacity under policy BBAA. We can't direct anybody to action, but the superintendent can. Superintendent's got a whole team that he can get on a kiddo or a family to get them the resources that they need. So that communication is super important. The note I have here is I would consider just collapsing this with number 3, making number 3 a little bit bigger. It's related. We talked about why it's important. Any other thoughts there on number 6? Oh, the other reason that we want to have you get your questions in early ahead of the meeting is so that they're prepared to answer your question. Because if we just jump them with a question, they may not be prepared. They're not ready to have that conversation. And similarly, back to no surprises, we don't surprise our colleagues by adding agenda items to, items to the agenda because no one's prepared to have that conversation. Well, except for me, I'm putting it on the agenda, but everybody else is flat-footed there. So it's really hard to have a productive conversation about a thorny topic if no one's prepared to have that conversation.
Well, and the board meeting is probably not the place to have the conversation anyway, in most cases.
Sometimes,
I mean, because, yeah, sometimes you're gonna have to do that, but you can keep your meeting clear of those kinds of things, you're better off.
but sometimes, sometimes we gotta have
Mhm.
talk about thorny, hard topics, like cell phone bans.
And we have to do that here.
Yep.
We unfortunately don't have any choice. Ethics violations and quorum and all that.
That's our job. That's what we are elected to do. The hardest questions come to the board. That's why we have you. That's why these guys need you, is to have those hard questions answered.
And typically, I would respond in two ways. They either have the information and know it, or I would respond and say, we need to get some information to bring to you. The oil guy, right? I mean, it feels once in a while uncomfortable because people begin to speculate, like we have a discussion that is speculative, and there's generally a fact, right? Or a law or something that will clarify discussion if it begins to advance on those lines.
And also, depending on the topic, we need to give staff the grace to pull that information together. So if I want the last 20 years of discipline data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and gender, it may take a month or two for staff to pull that together, and that's okay.
20 years?
20 years.
Yeah, I don't think I can get.
It's like your bruiser. You're gonna just get it done.
The systems don't align that way anymore.
Gotta align the date. No, I'm sorry. Okay, number 6. What else do we have here? Number 7. Someone read number 7 for me.
When a written request is sent to the GAPS board, the superintendent shall respond or delegate a response with a copy to the chair and vice chair. All GAPS board members will receive a message indicating a response has been generated. When needed or appropriate, the superintendent may share the response with the board. Board members may respond to any correspondence while directing operations level questions to the superintendent.
Whew, okay. There's a lot of, you probably don't see it, but I see it. There's a lot of emotion behind this one. Something happened. One of the things that you can suss out post-trial or past problems based on what's in an operating agreement, employee policy, BBF, board's best friend. That's not what it is. It's board standards of conduct. Because they reflect the problems, they address the problems in the past. So clearly there was a problem where we were not communicating the way we were supposed to. So tell me what's going on here. I mean, not in terms in an operating agreement, what's actually happening here?
It's kind of an attempt to set boundaries.
Sure. I'm thinking more basic. I'm an angry parent. I'm going to write an email. I'm writing an email to the board and I'm angry. I want it to get fixed. I'm going to send all.
That never happens.
I'm going to send it to the whole board. You guys need to fix it, darn it. Okay, those things happen, and I get it. When of course, we want to honor those. Because if something's going on there, I'm saying it kind of as a joke, but it's not a joke. Something's going on with my kid and I'm upset. And I've got a real need. It is a serious matter. So that's coming in. So what we're seeing is that superintendent's going to respond, which is a little interesting. Usually what we see is the chair will acknowledge receipt and then hand off to the superintendent, just like we would with a complaint. Remember we went through the whole slide deck, said honor the conversation, and then gather what information you need in an email email, it's great because they usually mention the name of the kiddo and they have an email address and maybe a phone number. So you've already got the most important information that you can hand off to the superintendent. And probably they give you plenty of detail, plenty enough to bias you in a judicial process. Okay, that's why it's kind of a hot potato. Acknowledge receipt, hand it off. What's the next step here?
Notify the members.
Yeah. And now we've got to head off because Vince Adams is on your board and man, I'm got a hair trigger. I'm going to respond myself to that because I'm going to jump in the middle of it. We don't want that to happen. So you're going to say, you know, you can, you know, blind CC everybody, board chair can blind CC everybody, including the superintendent, acknowledging receipt. The blind CC helps us not get a serial meeting going. Really nice communication hygiene technique. So prefer a board chair. Also, if you're sharing articles with each other, this is an aside, you know, just do a blind carbon copy. So you can't, even if you can't reply all. It won't go to everybody. So then we acknowledge receipt, it gets handed off to the superintendent. And then what happens then?
Superintendent responds or delegates someone to respond.
Yeah, district's gonna respond. Most of the time, will we hear back on that?
Probably not.
One of the hardest things for a lot of people. This is really hard. Complaints will go into the black box of confidentiality because that pertained to a kiddo and that's confidential and we don't get to know. And so we handed that off. That's it.
So they're not all created equal. Sometimes you're getting something there that is easily solved. Sometimes you can, I think in my first year, towards the end of the year, someone jumped a process and went to the board and a couple of people responded. And I think it ended up being TSBC or something like that, like an investigator was talking to the board member. And they should not have been involved, right? It was a process that was going to work through other ways. But, you know, when you get an email, they're not all created equal. Some of those are, and we had another one that we've gone through several complaint processes with, and anybody who engages is going to then be engaged, I don't know, 50 times. Right. And so we have spent quite a bit of time trying to correct and put them into proper levels of communication. Right. But all it takes is like one response email and here they come. Right. And they're all saved and they could all then be the basis of the next complaint. Right. And so they're not all created equal. Some of these are very, like today we had one come to us. I don't think it came to you guys about how long the lunches are. Right. And so we're working our way through that. Some are very easy.
Well, I think that's where it comes back to we have to trust each other and trust that when we put that out, it's going to get handled. Whether we know what the outcome is or not, we have to trust that it was taken care of.
Well, if you don't hear anything,
Yeah.
it got resolved.
Right.
Because otherwise it's going to get appealed to you eventually. And sometimes you can say, you know, that was addressed, but that's about all they can share. I mean, they can't tell you anything about how it was addressed or the outcome or any of that.
Well, you could say that there was a satisfactory conclusion to this complaint.
They don't all get to be satisfied.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't say by who.
The process was completed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ryan's been really good when he'll text me or call me, you know, like he wants to understand what, we talk through what the next step would be.
Yeah, the main thing here is that we're routing operational issues to the superintendent.
And we're protecting the board because we are the ultimate arbiter if it gets moved to this level. We're like the Supreme Court in that case, where we're the final judgment. So we have to be, clear of conflict.
Okay, let's raise the temperature. I'm gonna turn the burner up here. And it's not via email. I'm in public comment now and I'm yelling at you and I'm upset about, well, let's make it about, the lunch is too darn short. My child almost choked. She was eating so fast because lunch is so short. You need to make lunches longer. What are you gonna do? How do you deal with that?
Thank you very much for your comment. Next.
Is that honoring the conversation?
We're not allowed to comment,
That's true.
But you could say, I see that you're really concerned about this.
but we're not allowed to comment.
But you could say, I could see you're really concerned about this. I'll send this on to the next person who is our lucky superintendent.
There's an
We
even
will look
more
into
great-
it and we will let you know.
There's an even more graceful way. You just turn to the superintendent and say, can you follow up on that? And he does that.
Oh,
That's it. Then you move on to the next one.
the other thing that this does is prevent people from wading in and causing controversy and making somebody look bad. I mean, you need to support your superintendent, not present a minority report. If each of us present a minority report every time, it all falls down.
So now I know of a district, they're up by the metro. And they do that routine where the chair hands off to the superintendent grabs the ball. And so part of their public comment is actually the superintendent debriefing on, last month we heard about the complaint about,
Mhm.
the duration of lunch. We'll let you know that we met with that family. A month
I would
later.
probably give it to you like by email the next week,
Yeah,
right? I would
Mhm.
not want that much time to elapse, but
but I mean, one of the cool things about that.
people see.
Shows the public
Yeah.
too.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was kind of blown away when I was told that story. I was like, wow, that's amazing. And I don't know how much, you don't want to blow a whole lot of meeting time on that, but it would be, if you could take 5 minutes to just go over anything that came up in public comment the last time, it could be really cool. So just a
That'd be
just a
very
tip.
helpful.
I think it's Park Rose that does it.
Yeah, but I think it's great, right? Just to,
Good idea.
It
it's
says,
kind of a running tab.
it says we're listening,
Yes.
Boom.
and that's important.
Yep. It's taking public comment, which is a horrible, we think of it as community engagement, but it's really not. But it kind of moves it into that space a little bit. Okay, that was 7. Now we got to go back to 4. I'm glad I'm keeping track here because I would have been lost. Oh, yeah, this one, number 4. Someone read number 4.
The superintendent shall serve as the chief executive officer charged with implementing the policies of the GAPS board and be responsible for the effective administration of the school district, including the development and communication of regulations, rules, and procedures to support established GAPS board policies.
Okay. I've had 1.5 conversations with the board. Do you guys really need this? So let's take a step back. I totally forgot the preamble to this exercise. What is a board operating agreement? What is this document that we're reading? And more importantly, why do we have these?
Myself.
I say, well, it attempts to codify the relationship between the board and the superintendent in each of their roles.
Don't we have policy for that? I mean, this.
You mean pages and pages and pages upon really fun reading at midnight? Yeah.
But I mean,
Policy?
number 4 is directly quoting policy. I mean, it's like, I forget what it is. CBA at the very least. It's in the C section though, for sure.
Well, I think this just kind of pulls it all together and says this is really what is really important. It's all important, but this is what we really want to have our focus on.
Okay. So that being said, and you're absolutely right. So board operating agreements are a recapitulation of policy often. and they focus our attention on the things that we want that are important to us, that we want to work on. They're also a way for us to preserve the things that are really good about a board. There's something already, you're getting a sense of how this board is gelling and coming together and the way you're doing your work. So we want to record that in an operating agreement so we can pass that on to the next board, because the cast of characters is going to change. So it's part of building your board culture. It's codifying board culture. Now, in my 1.5 conversations with this board, number 4, I think you guys get it. This seems pretty basic to me. I'm just going to offer this. I would consider striking this out. I think you understand your relationship with regard to the superintendent.
But will the next cast of characters?
Maybe, and then they'll have to put it on there. But I don't think it's necessary to draw your attention to it, unless you really think you want to hold on to this.
So at this point, we're amending this, or we're just talking about it, or what?
I was going to get to the point of amendment of things that you'd like to change.
Okay.
So we're going first, then we.
That's what I was doing. I wanted to walk through and recapitulate, the things that are the board development components of this, and then talk about what we want to change. But this is one where I think the board might save some space on the page. I like this fits on one page. That's really good, because you can set it on right in front of you while you're in a board meeting. It's compact enough to be useful.
Well, you would think there'd be enough continuity board to board to make this almost unnecessary.
I think it's
Because we don't all leave at the same time.
My personal experience is that's not true.
Oh.
We had a bit of a contentious start when I started, and there was a lot of need for guidance.
I think with a 5-person board, there is the chance that if all 3 seats that were up for election at one point, you could have the majority not know what some of the structure is. And if they choose to be whatever direction they choose to be about whatever the issue is at the time, it could be something that the majority would swing on, knowing basic fundamentals that, yeah, generally we all understand that this is how things work, but there could be a point in the future where that swings wildly and is uncontrolled at that point.
Well,
I'm gonna withdraw my hand.
with each of these, I'm reading going, okay, what happened? And yeah, so something happened, or you wouldn't have these agreements.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Okay.
But it's, if you didn't know, institutional memory is worth a lot. And this district right now is short of institutional memory. We've had an awful lot of change in a very short time. And that's I think a significant handicap. So it might be worthwhile keeping things spelled out for a while.
Since we're on these, or touching on parts of the operating agreement related to trauma, number 5, the CAPS board will acknowledge and follow the chain of command of the school district.
Huh?
I think you guys understand that, but for reasons that both Brad and Sean have made clear, maybe we need to leave this in here. Yeah.
And that could be rolled in with some of the others. I mean, because it is that there's a process, and that the board really interacts with only one individual of the Greater Olean Public School District. And that is our sole really point of, I wouldn't say contact, but influence, where we can have a direct influence. Whereas, and possibly Chris Green could be included in that, but she's more of an assistant to both the board and the superintendent. But past those 2 people, we really don't have, without permission, the ability to go talk to somebody in a finance chain or human resources or whatever about a problem. We have to ask Andy, who can then go ask those people.
But the board does set a tone for, I think, everything that happens. And so that's important too. I mean, it's, if your board's not getting along, you've got a problem with your tone. If the, yeah. So it's, yeah, there are a lot of things we can't do, and there's still influence that we have. It's important to acknowledge both of those things.
The other thing is, like, that as written, 4 and 5,
Mhm.
can be interpreted as there's a real fence, right? And that's not what I would intend, right? That I would be, like, I feel like I have a duty to be responsive to you guys, to have questions answered, right? That there would be no, well, that's not your purview, right? Of course it's your purview, right? And so I think to move that, I think the only question I would have is that something that everybody, like if a board member raises a question, does it need everybody to know about it? Hey, this question was asked, it's a great question. Here's what we know of this at this time, that kind of thing, right? But there was some of that, Brad. I think you will admit that there was some, like, you guys are boxed without the ability to ask questions or visit schools or whatever.
Oh, yes.
The idea is that if, like, we want you there, I think sometimes there will be people that can tell you guys things or will tell you guys things that would be good for me to know and that they may not tell me, or I may not be in that building for a month.
Oh, sure. And you
So-
you personally have been really good about allowing, we'd say, hey, Andy, would you mind if I talk to Jane about some of the budget issues? I've got some questions. Yeah, go ahead. So that's not ever been an issue with our relationship. But we're building this almost not just for us, but for future boards as well. So that's kind of where I'm looking at more than our relationship. So
For sure.
Any other thoughts on 4 and 5? I like the turn of phrase. I feel a duty to be responsive. Might weave that into there. And I can help you with that too. Okay, we went over 6 and 7 because those were related to 3. Number 8. Okay, Chris, you chuckled at it, so you get to read it.
No individual GAPS board member has the authority to make a decision or judgment on behalf of the GAPS board. The GAPS board is one single entity and decisions are made as a group. Therefore, the GAPS board is united and not uniform.
Okay. Why is this important?
so we don't get somebody getting an email going and making a decision on behalf of the board without discussion or without a public meeting.
Or inappropriately.
That too.
Maybe it's not their business to make that decision.
What do we mean by unify but not uniform? This is Steve Kelly again.
Is it?
Well, we may disagree, but at the end of the day, the board makes a decision and we all have to stand behind that decision, right? Like,
Tell me more.
well, we're all different people. We all think differently. We all have our own opinions. But when it comes to making decisions for the school district and for our community, we have to come up with some agreement. And we might not all exactly agree on it, but when it comes to presenting it, we have to be unified in that moment.
So if I voted no against the motion, and I go out in the community, people ask me, how did you vote on that and why? What do I do in that situation?
You say the board decision is this. And this is kind of like if you're a kid and you ask mom and you don't like mom's answer, so you ask dad, it's chaos.
Yeah. And if they want to know how we voted, they can tune into the meeting or read the minutes, right? Like, well, I don't know if it's individuals or, but they can pay attention to the meeting, come to the meeting. It's public meeting.
Yeah. Brad, you had something?
Yeah, I mean, certainly a motion could carry by a 3-2 margin, right? That's the nature of a five-member board. So you were almost 50%. Very close, as close to it as you can get. And yet a decision's been made and it needs to be supported. And so therefore the board, after that vote, has to get behind the decision that was made by the board, because that's going to influence the entire district and going forward.
Setting it
You
down.
you started to touch at the core of this. Why does it have to be supported? Why is that important?
Because, well, if we don't provide a unified front, if we don't give the superintendent a clear path, he's going to have a tough time disseminating whatever that change was throughout the 1,000 member employees of Greater Wayne Public Schools and its effects upon the 9,000 students.
Absolutely. And from a functional standpoint, yeah, superintendent needs one boss, not 5, 7, or in one district, 9. I mean, you had a thought.
Well, I think one of the things as well in democracy, right, is the tyranny of the majority, right? So the 3 can, by vote, overtake the 2, right? The 51 can overtake the 49. One of the things that I believe it's my job, we don't get really easy stuff that the principal solved, right? We don't get the stuff that was able to be solved with the assistant superintendent. We will sometimes have things that are more complex and have downsides and upsides. I feel like, other than a surprise, and Vince has talked about that, I have an obligation as well to move forward a policy that secures the minority as well, right? So that we can move things where the minority in any decision would have the ability to say, hey, here's what we need to take care of within this policy, right? So that we can, in fact, so that's what I would hope to do. And the more time I have where I can converse with people, the better it is. So we want to move into longer timeframes where we can think about things. So I have to think and bring it to you in a timely manner so that can occur.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we might have, I often talk about this, when, particularly in boards that implement a robust regimen of work sessions, they end up having their hard conversations in the work sessions, and they resolve a lot of the conflict there. They all get on the same page. So when they go to vote on it in the business meeting, a lot of their votes are unanimous. There's a little bit of a hazard there from a public perception standpoint, because then it looks like groupthink.
Yeah.
But it's not the case. We're just processing our conflict in a different setting instead of in debate on the motion.
When I was on the OSAA board, we had Sunday afternoon work sessions and then Monday morning meetings.
Yep.
And we actually had to adopt, 3 of us need to explain the pros and the cons, and that they were discussed yesterday so that people could understand there had been debate and it wasn't just a done deal.
I don't know about that.
It was always a done deal.
Yeah.
So there is a bigger piece to this, or you're participating in something that's bigger than you. It's not about me as an individual board member. Participating on the board, the governing board for the public institution of education in my community. So it's bigger than me. And so if the wisdom of the board goes against, the way I voted, then I do need to support that, because that's why we have governing boards. That's why we do board governance. It's because we tend to get better decisions. Now, I may still vigorously want to come back and revisit that, but when I'm out in public, I'm gonna say, you can share how you voted. No, I voted against that, but this was the decision of the board, and that's the direction the district will be heading.
And I think majorities are always findable, and even unanimity a lot when we take it all back to kids.
Absolutely.
Right? And we can then orient from that position.
Good job, team. Anything else on, what is this? Adjournment. So how about 9? Related to it. I think this is in policy BBA. Or is it BA? No. Speaking on behalf of the board. Someone read it.
Sure.
Be mindful that you represent the GAPS board in public and that no individual GAPS board member has the authority to speak for the GAPS board without prior board approval.
Okay, who has authority to speak on your behalf?
The chairman.
Yeah, your policy, you've already delegated spokesmanship to the chair, whoever that is. Okay? You can designate others. And when we speak about the board, what can we share? Can we tell people what the board might do in the future?
No.
We can certainly talk about things that the board has already made decisions on.
Typically, when we get something like that, it'd be about process, how to go through the process if they have a grievance or complaint. That's a lot of what we do, is to try to guide people through the process, because it's getting fixed. Chris is doing a great job getting it organized, but it's been cumbersome to try to go through a complaint process at the district. So she is making that easier, has made great strides. So kudos for that.
So a lot of the time, for most boards in Oregon, you're not usually ending up on TV. Really big city boards, sometimes the chair will get in TV because they're paid positions and they're paid politicians, and that's the work that they do. Generally, outward-facing interaction goes through the district office. But occasionally, you're going to be showing up at Rotary or doing, town halls, things like that. So you may end up, and probably best practice is to have chair and superintendent showing up together, because those voices are different. There are things that a superintendent will say that a chair will, obviously, because one is an education professional, the other's the politician. And there are things that the chair can say that the superintendent can't, or a tone that they can strike with the superintendent. So it's good to have them both showing up at the same time. Other times when your board has been out in public speaking.
I think the only thing, and it's probably worth mentioning, I think there's been some idea of constituent service. And then an elected board member, even though they're the whole district that votes on all the positions, there's been some sense elevated in the board that, no, I serve constituents.
Yeah.
So, and that is a value,
Sure.
right? But not always conducive to the whole.
Yeah. So constituent service usually is
Advocacy.
it's dealing with complaints is what it looks like a lot of the time. Do you guys get engagement? I know some of you are new. Are people talking to you?
Yeah.
So sometimes, a lot of constituent service, when we think of when we traditionally think about that, we're thinking about legislators. And so that's usually access to agencies. So they're just giving a little bit of authority. As board members, the only authority that we have in that respect is the superintendent. So you can take that person's contact information, hand it off to the superintendent, whatever that is. Of course, you can always share information with them. The other constituent service that you can do is sharing information that the district is sharing out. It sounds like you're doing facilities work this year. So there'll be plenty of stuff that you can share out to folks, and people will have lots and lots of questions. Yeah, because that's you know, it's technical. Facilities management stuff is technical in nature, and it's tough for folks to understand. So if you can sit in on, you're doing long range facilities planning or something like that. So yeah, if it's okay with your committee, sitting in with that committee and listening to what they're doing, or are you gonna have a board member sit on it or liaison? Yeah, so that's a good opportunity.
And then we'll take whatever's done there to the board at the next meeting.
Yeah, so the output of that committee will be a recommendation to the board. So plenty of opportunity to be doing constituent service style things. It just doesn't look the same as what you see on others. Good stuff. And in that sense, you will probably be casually speaking on behalf of the board. So this is where this rule gets a little squishy. Because when you're having those one-on-ones and you're talking about the work of the board, are you speaking on behalf of the board? So when we think about speaking on, you know, in the sense that this is talking about, that is official speech, talking to reporters, testifying to the legislature. That's kind of what we're talking about, taking an official position. You guys are going to have conversations with community members all the time. You're going to be talking about stuff that the board's doing. You should be doing that. You should be sharing the great work that your district's doing, particularly with facilities. That's a fun process. I just went through it with Corvallis. I got to be on the LFPR long range LR. Last one. Number 10. Someone read number 10.
The superintendent shall provide GAPS board information, analysis, and sound professional advice needed to formulate policy as well as monitor district operations and student achievement.
Why is that important?
Otherwise, we don't know what's going on.
Oh, is that what it is? It's a motion sensor?
Yeah.
I should be standing up. Run back. I can run back. Yeah, the chief advisor to the board is the superintendent. Remember the slide with the cockpit of the airplane? You know, we're going to go on a flight, but we're always trusting our aviation professional to get us there. And so we're going to rely on them to provide reports. We are now at a cruising altitude of 30,000 feet. So you've left the runway and you've launched. You're not at cruising altitude, so the seatbelt sign has not been turned off. We're still getting school started, so yeah, you get the analogy. It's the same sort of thing. So we're always trusting our education professional to guide us in that and to bring other resources in. I mean, he doesn't know everything, but he's got a whole, you know, district team of really smart people, really trained, that he can bring into the room and explain things like how we do third grade reading assessment. Why ninth grade on track is important from a pedagogical standpoint. Okay. Good stuff. I added a few things to consider. Already have that. Add board self-assessment on here, a commitment that you'll assess yourselves. You evaluate your superintendent annually. You should evaluate yourselves. So, of course, we do we have our own evaluation tool, but this is not shameless, maybe it is shameless self-promotion, but you should use an evidence-based tool to evaluate your performance.
That'd be like a lighthouse based, like, what are some examples of the
It will
things?
look and feel it looks and feels like the same questionnaire for a Lighthouse, but it's actually the same number of questions. I think Lighthouse was like 75 questions. This one's 84 questions. So it's about the same length. So we're being archaic. Lighthouse is an older theoretical framework for board governance, school board governance. We've moved to balanced governance now, and so we created a new evaluation tool. Both were evidence-based, so both were fine. There are other ones out there. There's lots of different board self-assessments out there. I would recommend ours. It is very robust and will give you lots of information. I'm a fan. You might make a note. I should have put it over here on speaking on behalf of the board. Just mentioning that the chair is the spokesperson for the board. Oh, that's right. I was going to take you. Baseball. Here, I'll stand up and move. I'm going to move.
Speaking again.
So communication protocols. If something bad is happening in the district, like a student dies, it happens. How do you want him to communicate? Or how do you communicate with them when something?
We generally
bad
just send
happens?
a text.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
We can always
No,
call.
If it's simple.
have you done this exercise with them?
No.
Gone through communication protocols?
I mean, we've had like when we've had ambulances on site and stuff. We have,
Yeah.
yeah. So then it's something where he would send the basic information, and then either you'll follow up later with us, or we can call if we have specific questions.
We usually text that there's an email. Not some- We'll say there's an email, go read the email.
Go read your email.
Go-
So
go
you
read it.
you text them as well, but there you
Either Andy or I will, depends
Good.
on who's available.
perfect. You're already doing weekly emails, so don't need to address that. And then everything else is routine email. So that's from superintendent to board. Okay. Now, superintendent, how do you want them to communicate with you? Like, let's start at the most extreme one. They've got a really hot complaint. How do you want them to communicate?
Immediately. Right.
Yes.
Is the number one thing. It could be a phone call. It could be a text leading to a phone call, right? Typically, really hot stuff is not capable of being captured in a text. So like verbal, over the phone, I think just the sooner the better, right?
So, best practice, never put, so anything you have on your phone, any communication that you have district related on your phone, that's discoverable by, it can be subpoenaed. My recommendation is if you need to communicate something like a complaint to the superintendent, I would text, hey, you gotta check second to chat, and then
Yeah.
get on the phone and share that information. Don't share it in the text message.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's
And
see.
that should be in this agreement, or that's just what we know.
It's up to you guys if you'd like to do that. See, this is Sean's like, don't lie, it's a delivery. Historically, OSBA has been like, yeah, you need to write it down. If you guys are okay with not writing it down, as long as you guys understand how you want to communicate. When we start writing things down is when we have problems.
Mhm.
I'm not sensing problems with this team, so I would recommend that necessarily need to write it down.
Wouldn't that come back to establishing a trusting, respectful relationship that, hey, I gave you a call, we had this conversation, and then X, Y, and Z got done. I really don't need to write it down and then I circle back and follow through. Hey, just want to let you know, close the loop on that. Everything's good.
So complaints via email, we talked about that. So complaints coming to the board. So what if Stephanie, if you get an email, like I send you an email, I'm really upset about how long or how short lunch is. What are you gonna do with that email complaint?
It's a good question. I assume send it to Andy. Would I then also copy the chair and vice chair in that?
You could, yeah.
Or is it just to Andy?
No, you want to go to the chair as well. Or you could send to the chair and the chair could go to the superintendent. Either of those pathways, as long as it eventually gets to the person who can actually do something. But the chair should have situational awareness because they are the spokespersons of the board, the hub of the wheel.
Right.
Okay, so, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to send that to the whole board. We're going to route that to the chair. One chair and superintendent can do it. And the administrative professional as well, because she has to have full situational awareness. She has to juggle both things, both blocks. Trying to think the other situations. We talked about, you have plenty of routine email, you've got that figured out. Do you have a unified email for the board? Yeah, board at. Okay, done with that. Explicit, we did that. I don't think you need that. You already have this embedded in there. So Usla has this wonderful phrase. They have a governance handbook because they're overachievers. They commit to that. We'll conduct our work with care and respect. It's like it just really it hits hard for me. It's like if we're always doing our work with care and respect, I mean, how far wrong can you go? I was keeping.
How long is this handbook the size?
5 pages long. It's really big.
I don't propose that.
Thank you. One page.
One page, one side.
The best chance of being fully digested and used.
Yep.
The last thing, one of the things that came up, and you'll see it again here in just a minute. Community is important to this board, engagement. So an explicit statement about including community in your governance. I just wanted to offer that as something that you may consider putting in your operating agreement.
Can you say a little bit about what that might look like?
Board commits to having a diverse array of community input in governance processes. And I'm shooting from the hip there.
Isn't that the election?
But,
Isn't that the election?
ooh, I like the way you think. That's like, you had your input, it was selection.
We have listening sessions every meeting. More input, or not listening
Well,
session, comment.
Yeah, we have and listening sessions 4 times a year.
Okay.
So, we try to provide ample opportunities.
Public comment, listening sessions.
So who are you not hearing?
Those who don't write or come in.
Yeah.
A
So
lot of
pe-
people.
So people who aren't comfortable coming into a space like this, and because I know you guys are comfortable in this space, but this is a really stilted environment.
Yeah.
Guys to be looking at them, they have to stand in front of a bunch of people and share their values and what's going on in their family. That's a tough thing to do.
But we did start going into the schools, and we would do outreach probably 3 times a year initially. 3 different schools we'd go to, something like that. And then we just found over time that we weren't getting participation. And so, and with also the requirements to be able to broadcast the school board meeting is often difficult from the different schools to get that accomplished. It's much easier to do that technical part here. And so then we moved them here. And I'm kind of on the fence about that. So we'll see what kind of participation we get. But
So you're bumping into the problems that boards have. It's hard to operationalize community engagement at the board level. A lot of the engagement for getting information, community information into governance processes, often we need to delegate that to our district. and they've already do that. There are some statutorily required stuff in special education. We talked about this last time. SPED, your integrated guidance has an engagement component to it. So there are things that they're required to do that you can bring into the boardroom. But then if there's a particular issue that's bubbling, you can say, hey, district team, build a process to get information on that. This constituency.
I anticipate that the board will spend a great deal of time with this committee, the facility committee, as we get towards the end of their process this year. But I think the handoff will be, there'll be lots of need to go back and forth and listen to them, what their thinking is, and they will, be called on to come up with a bill that will pass the Senate. Right, so I think that will be, there'll be a lot of engagement. It'll be fun and challenging.
Okay. So it was just a suggestion. Is that something that there's interest in moving here? Some language about getting community into your governance? Yeah.
Can I ask about the board self-assessment? Would this board be able to look at the stuff? Like, we could just share it with them in a meeting, right? Not maybe the questionnaire itself, but just the,
I can send you the standards. The questionnaire is based on the standards. I'd love to send you
you
the
guys interested in
standards.
that?
Sure.
It's,
Yeah, and I would, and we talked about this briefly last time, that you should get a good portion of this year under your belt before you self-assess. So April, May, heck, even June if you want. And then you can take that data and then we can come back next summer, do a retreat, talk about that.
it seems to me that since we don't have anything formulated for community inclusion in our governance process, it's maybe too soon to put it down on the paper. I mean, if we don't know what we're talking about, I don't think we should put it in black and white.
Okay.
Very wise.
Anything else about the board operating agreement? Was there anything missing?
Well, I'd put it back towards you. What did you see that was missing?
We talked about the things that I saw were missing.
It's true.
I mean, it was.
Yeah.
We talked about what I saw.
Times also good, like Chris said, about not putting it down immediately.
Right.
Let's not do it at the end of class here, so.
Rather do it well than fast.
Right.
Yeah, maybe get a year, do a year. Get it one, they'll figure out, and then come back next summer, take another look at this document and say, hey, is this us? Is this where we need to be?
Well, it would always be a work in progress, wouldn't it? Seems like it would be. So if we know that, yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts? We're good? Okay. We're about halfway through. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Power on.
I'm good. You're lucky I even thought about it. Usually I'm not. I love talking about stuff. Okay. I think a good slide deck, and now I've forgotten what the next slide is. This is our conversation, our meeting conversation. That's great. So the first thing I think is a dot survey. Hooray. I love dot surveys. You guys are gonna do this anonymous. Sorry, staff.
Okay. Then I will take it.
Stickers.
So I have a series of 3 questions. I'm gonna give you dots. Spend your dots in any way you choose, but you have to have at least 1 dot on each of the 3 questions, okay? I'm gonna give you 8 dots,
Okay.
so
Something to
a
work
lot of
with.
dots. It's a lot of dots. But
Heavy
that's the fun
responsibility.
of dot surveys, is that
How can we monetize this?
each dot is a $20 bill for me.
Oh,
Here,
it's interesting.
No.
I
Okay,
think you're confused about the money part.
here are the questions. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you the question, and then I'm gonna turn it around, and you can come up one at a time. Because I want your candid responses. If I was really sophisticated, I would have done survey mode. So the first question is, our meetings create a space for every member's voice to be heard and respected in decision. Okay? You're gonna just respond, agree or disagree. If you agree a lot, put all your dots over there, or put 3 of the dots over there. Okay? If you disagree, you put them over here. We consistently have the right information in the right form at the right time to make well-informed decisions. Now, I know we have some new members on the board, so this may be a little bit tougher, but you should have been following the board for the last, since last fall, about this time last year, right? Maybe not that. I should have a sense of what the board is.
Well, and we can only answer any of these questions based on our experience anyway.
Right. And then our meetings are managed and structured in a way, I reverse those, it should be structured and managed in a way that leads to clear, timely, and effective governance decisions. Agree or disagree, right? Good. Any questions on how we're doing this? You can spend your dots in any way you want. You put them all, but I need a dot on, so first 3 go on, and then you can skew. So we're looking for clumps, we're clumping. Okay?
Have to
Ready?
use all the dots? What if we
What?
don't- what if
no,
we
you don't have to use them all. You have to use at least 3.
Okay. I didn't know if, I was like, if we have to use all 8 and you don't feel extremely
And-
about
$20 bill for each one of these.
something. 3 it
No,
is.
use them all. I gave you 8 stickers, use them all. Okay, so I'm gonna flip it around. Stephanie, you get to go first, and then you get to follow.
Whatever you put up dots on, I'll just tell everybody, because I'll probably be next.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Thank you.
This is called making things interactive. Got to get people up and move.
Familiar with the concept.
Strange, I have no formal training in education. Okay?
Well, the reason that developed in education is that if you don't get them up to move, they get up to move.
They,
So best that you are in charge of it. They have to move.
Especially middle school.
That's right.
I've got a question about the working agreement.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between a working agreement and standards of conduct that's like in policy?
They are definitely related.
Mhm.
I mean, you can have stuff from board standards, from policy BBF on your, in fact, you do. I'm sure that there are things that are in BBF that are on your operating agreement.
Okay, you're up.
So these things are definitely related.
Yeah.
Again, the operating agreement is a way we lift policy language out.
Gotcha.
the transparency piece for the community too.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all in policy, but them going and looking at all of the policies, it just pulls it in one
Yeah.
spot, makes it pretty concise.
I guess I was curious, kind of like work between the working agreement and the standards of conduct. Like what is the recourse if something's in error or done incorrectly? Like what is it? Just like a conversation of this person actually should be the one talking? And is there a difference between what the recourse could be for the working agreement versus what a standard of conduct violation would look like?
So board member misbehavior, there's 3 levels of addressing board member misbehavior, or when we're going. First is a private conversation. So often the chair is the person that meets with the board member. Hey, you violated policy BBF and our operating agreement. Here's what it is. Here's what, and here's the impact of what you did. And this is why we need to not have that. Usually that resolves it. In rare instances, that's when it's not resolved by the private conversation. That's when people start calling OSBA. If a couple private conversations don't resolve board member behavior that's adverse for the board, then we have to put it on an agenda. There's nothing else really, nowhere else to go. So then, we're gonna take that issue, get all the policies, our operating agreement, all those documents, we put it all in one agenda item. There's gonna be an action report, and then we have a discussion about that. We get really clear about what the expectations are of the board are on for board member behavior. And hopefully that addresses it. It's usually, if you get to that point, often it doesn't, but sometimes, because if you get to that point, then you have a person that's, yeah, they're not gonna come around. They're not gonna play well with others, usually. Then the last step is censure. So if the behavior exposes the board and or the district to potential liability, then there's this distancing technique called a censure, a letter of censure. And really all you're saying is, it's Vince Adams that's doing this. It's not the other board members. It's Director Adams that's the bad guy. So when liability hits, then it just hits Director Adams. So I'm the only one that can see. And then if you, there's only by court order or by recall can you remove it. There you go. There's board discipline.
What is the court order around typically?
I've never seen it done.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
I think probably if you
Criminal something.
something, even if you're a criminal, you can still be a board member.
Really?
He was residing here in the district and draw a breath, and you can be on the school board.
There really isn't, there's 3 requirements. Reside in the district.
Yeah, you have to take over.
Just seems wrong in my head.
Well, I mean, those are the 3 requirements to run. Doesn't say anything about not having a criminal history.
And it feels like when boards are at the level of censure, such an action seldom fixes things.
Nope.
It creates just another log on the fire.
Yep. Everybody ready? Yeah. Everybody done?
Yep.
I guess so.
You ready to look?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, the big reveal. I don't know. You guys are super functional.
You guys, or can you move that just a little bit closer?
It's way small.
Yeah. No, you can back up a little bit. Now I can't see it.
There.
Warmer.
Yeah.
There you
Really
go.
good.
Yeah.
That's great.
So we're heard. I think we're doing pretty good on being heard. Yeah. We're getting good information. For the most part. The one where we got, I thought was, structure. So, cool, good. So we're not putting out any fires here. We got a little bit of work to do, but by and large, meetings are pretty good. What I'm reading from this.
I think that this group has done a great job of integrating, and I mean, it's just been really pleasant, and I just think it's awesome.
Well, then this should be a fun conversation, and we need not belabor it too much. I have a series of questions, several questions, but we can breeze through these. So, what values or principles currently guide how your board meetings are conducted?
Law,
What was it?
the law.
Okay, law. They're going to be legal, sure.
Order and predictability.
Okay, prizes. We like that too. What
And-
else?
And value everyone's input. Allow everyone to have a chance to speak on a topic if they choose.
Clearly, showed up in the survey. Anything else? Respect. Trust. Superintendent said it was pleasant. Board meetings have been pleasant.
I think generally it's empirical, right? It's evidence-based.
And you might even sprinkle a little fun in there. I mean, when you're doing it well, board work can be really fun. Yeah, when you start getting results, that's okay. Good. Do you follow your meeting procedures consistently? And what does that look like?
Robert's rules are almost always in effect.
I mean, I would say that maybe the meeting procedures would be maybe getting information ahead of time and being aware of stuff like that. So not necessarily during the meeting, but we have like the set policies and stuff for making sure either us or the public either know what's going to be on the schedule or what the information like for us, like what is actually being decided upon.
You share your packet before the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
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 It's interesting. That went over board secretary. Did you see that go through over board? So there's this mystical listserv. OSBA has listservs, and board secretaries have one. And so these questions go through, and board secretary will ask, and that was one of the things I was really surprised how many districts
Shocked, actually.
don't share their packet before the board
Just
meeting.
the agenda.
Just do the announcement,
Really?
the agenda, and not the packet.
I didn't even know that was optional.
I was, yeah.
It isn't. It isn't
Well,
optional if you
actually,
want a good
it
meeting.
does just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you don't have to share that. I was really surprised.
It shocked me too.
How could anyone be prepared?
Well, I mean, the board gets the packet, but
The public doesn't.
But public
Yeah.
doesn't. I was like, wow, then, anyway, so point well made, Sean, about, getting information out ahead of time and that you're clear with your public that, what the board is about to take up in detail. That's important. So you're using Robert. What about your work sessions? What do they look like? How do you facilitate?
So we haven't had a lot of.
This is our second one.
Listening session.
We don't know yet.
The listening
Yeah.
sessions is like a public hearing, yeah? Okay, so that's just public comment. That's pretty easy. That's public comment. On rails, so there's very clear rules. It's easy to administer. So you're still getting into the work session piece and how to do that, okay? When do you feel most confident, engaged, and valued in a board meeting?
When you feel your voice is being heard.
Well, the information is really good and clear and exactly what you need.
When we're not being screamed at.
That's a low bar there.
I'm managing expectations.
Yeah. I heard last week that a board member threw their nameplate, skidded across the table and walked out and resigned. We don't want that sort of thing going on. And we don't want public screaming at us.
It's not conducive to conversations or problem solving.
Remember, that's a superpower.
It doesn't, and that doesn't mean that we don't want to hear from that person. It's
Yeah. Passion's fine. Screaming's not.
what else? When you feel most confident, engaged, and valued. Framing questions. Have there been times when you felt unsure about how to participate or when to speak? New board members were like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fairly regularly.
I'll tell you, my whole first year was like that. I think I said 10 words the first year. I was not a useful board member. Yeah, I think that much to say. So I just want to ask a follow-up. what is it about feeling unsure that you just don't know what to ask, or tell us more about how you're.
Yeah, I
feeling
think
unsure.
that's it. Or, I might not know what to ask, or if I even need to ask anything in that moment. And then am I really participating to the full extent that I should be if I don't ask something? And, but I think it's kind of obvious I have no problem talking. So
To that end, ladies, please always speak your minds.
Yeah.
Please do. I mean, you are valued members of this board. We want to hear from you. And if you have those kind of questions, it's like, well, is it okay for me to speak? And the answer is, of course it is. I mean, this is what we do. And so please don't feel like you shouldn't speak up and ask questions. I mean, if that's what you need to do, please just, that's how you'll learn.
well, and I
That's the best way.
haven't felt like I shouldn't speak up or that I couldn't. It's
Good.
more of, should I have had a question when I,
Fair. That's fair. Okay,
Yeah.
good. That makes you feel better.
So, and understand that if you don't know something, I guarantee you that he's confused as well. There are no dumb questions on the board.
Okay.
So, yeah, just let go of that and just ask. And I mean, the question, it's interesting. We do this with AI now. Tell me what I should know. Or is there a question I should be asking on this topic? Maybe that's the question to ask. I'll just plant that seed. I just came up with that, so maybe that's not a good advice. But it's like, what do I not know?
Well, that's a really good way to look at anything. What is missing? Can we find what's missing before it comes and gets us or something? Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Good discussion. And maybe this hasn't happened. What's your experience when a difficult or complex topic comes up? Have you guys had a difficult or complex topic come up yet in the new iteration of the board? Sean's laughing. He's like, not yet.
I think that the cell phone
Yeah.
law coming quickly, but each of these board members were very clear as we talked. We didn't have to go immediately. There was time, and had a clear sense that we weren't going to wait till January, that we wanted to go right away. And I got that from these guys very quickly, and we were able to then do that, right? And so I felt like I got really clear positions from everybody to do that. It was great.
I haven't seen a really difficult or complex topic come up here, but I know that when one comes up in general in life and anything else I've done, I'm going to ask questions until I understand it, because I'm not going to vote on it if I don't understand it. And that's, so people have to be patient, because that's what it takes.
And where I have control, Chris, of timing, we will try to thoroughly suss it out before we get.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because it's,
Okay, next one. What do our meeting dynamics say about how we function as a leadership team? Good writing for the next section. That's not a rhetorical question.
with 2 meetings under my belt, I can't.
I just gave you an example of a meeting dynamic. So that really happened last week. Board member threw their nameplate and walked out and resigned.
But we don't do that.
we don't do that. And I think in this room, they do not have a good dynamic. I think in here, my experience has been, and this is my second meeting actually sitting here, I feel like everybody here listens to each other and values each other's input. And I think that says that as a leadership team, we're going to listen to each other. We're going to listen and to lead with, you know, the proper information and as a team versus individually.
And I would, you know, get back to Andy's point. When you make difficult things about the kids and what's best for them, and if we can all approach it from that aspect, then consensus is much easier to achieve. When we step back away from maybe what we would want to do personally or in our own lives and look at it from, okay, how are we going to guide this colossus and best help the kids?
Yeah.
And when we look at it from that perspective, then I think that's when we can all get together and really form a team.
Yeah.
Feel like we're in a gelling period right now still. Sure.
Yeah.
Right? As we are like a team before the opener, right? And the opener would be when a hard decision comes, right? But like practices have been really good.
Yeah. And it's not, it's when,
Oh, sure. Oh,
you know,
Yeah, I feel a lot of trust and certainty that this will be great.
so how might uneven participation or unclear processes affect our trust decision, our public perception? Ooh. yeah. There's so much there. Sorry about that. That's like a triple barrel question there.
well, it's kind of the inverse of the previous question or previous answer. I mean, truly, it's if you're not allowing everyone to speak their mind and participate and trying to rush to a decision, you're not going to get good input, and it's going to look like maybe we steamrolled over the two new board members, right? Because we know how to do this. We're going to solve this problem, and don't let them speak. That would be a public perception that we're keeping the other board members out of decision making, and of course that would not lead to a good team.
How would that affect decision making?
It would make animosity.
And you'd be working with that information.
That's
Yeah.
what I was driving at.
Yeah.
The reason that we have groups is that we check the blind spots.
But there's an assumption, and there should be an assumption that people need to participate. Whatever you have, you're supposed to be giving it. Because otherwise, the whole process is incomplete. So there's a responsibility there that would go beyond throwing your name placard on the floor and leaving.
So if I was giving a parliamentary procedure talk, I would have there's all the steps of doing a motion. And we always share our dissent or our comments on a particular proposal before the board during debate. Why do we do it at debate? Not like,
You mean discussion when a motion's on the table?
so when we do a motion, so I move that the board does this, and then somebody has to second it, right?
Right. Then we go to discussion.
Why do we have the second?
Because if it's only one person's idea, there's no point going ahead with it.
Right,
Yeah.
so Director Adams can't run roughshod with your school board, yeah, exactly. Because I will. Okay, so we have it moved and seconded, then the chair restates the motion, second time. Okay, and then they open the floor for debate. It's been moved and seconded, debate. Why do we surface our dissent then?
Because it will influence the decision.
Right.
It has some power there, and otherwise it's just a distraction.
So it happens so often that I'm in dissent and board members will be silent during debate. And then after the votes happen and they voted no, then they want to debrief with the board because they broke with the group. And they want to explain why they voted no. Well, it's too late. We've already voted. if you're in the dissent, it's incumbent on you to share your dissent before the vote so your colleagues can hear that. Because you may serve something that I don't know.
Well, and because once the decision is made, it now becomes the board's that has to stand behind it. So it's your opportunity to voice your opinion publicly if you're against them or for the motion. Either way.
The other thing is don't abstain. You can abstain. You have the right to not vote. But how does that count? When you're tallying the vote, how does an abstention count?
It doesn't.
Definitely does. How many votes do you need to transact business? Or how many affirming votes do you need?
A majority.
For this board, that's 3.
Well, what if it was 2-1? What if there was 4 of us here? We had a vote, 1 abstention. We still have a quorum,
You still have a quorum.
and it could pass on 2-1 an abstention. It would still be a majority vote.
So you have a member missing tonight.
Correct. That's why I use that example.
How many votes do you need to transact business tonight?
To pass something?
Yeah.
I would say a majority, which would be 2.
You have to have, no, you have to have 3.
3.
It'd still be
So,
three,
even if
yeah.
we're divided.
regardless of absences and vacancies, even if you had a seat vacant under Oregon law, you still need the 3 affirmative votes. So then let's go back to the original question. How does an abstention count? It counts as a no. You were elected to cast, and this is, okay, I'm taking off my OSBA hat. I'm gonna talk to you as a former board member. You were elected to cast votes. So cast your vote, don't abstain. Take a position and give dissent when that comes up, and share your perspective. It's important.
However, there are sometimes we have to. When you have a teacher, if you have if we're boarding a contract and you have a spouse or something that's a member of the school board, you have to abstain. You can't vote.
In that particular situation, you don't. So, there's a class exception for a conflict of interest. But if you will singularly, say, for example, the board's considering a roofing contract, and my son, or no, actually I have 2 girls. My daughter has a construction company, and she has a bid, and the board is considering the bids. Then I have to recuse myself because that's an actual conflict of interest because my child, could materially benefit.
Is recuse different than abstain?
It is.
Like, hey, I have to recuse myself for this particular reason.
But it's still this, the majority.
You still need 3 votes.
Yeah, you still need votes.
Right. So it's still a no vote.
Yes, and abstain.
Yes is the only yes. Everything else is a no.
Everything else is a no.
Okay.
Awesome. Here we go. What are the risks if some members feel less included or engaged? We talked about this. Anybody have comments on this? A redundant question. Okay. So what is one normal practice we could commit to that would help ensure all voices are heard? That's the point where I start.
We could go to each board member and ask for a discussion and call them by name.
Robin. Discussion. There's a really cool. Anybody heard of Jurassic Parliament? Anne McFarlane is a national treasure. She's a parliamentarian, and she is the author of Jurassic Parliament. And it's called that because she teaches parliamentary procedure with plastic dinosaurs, which is really awesome. I don't think she's teaching anymore, unfortunately. Anyway, she one of the rules is 2-time round robin. We're going to speak 2 times to any given agenda item, and we're going to constrain the time that we speak. So you can only speak for 2 minutes, you cracks at it, and you call on each person like a It's a really efficient process. Now, if you think about it, you know, if you allow, you know, people to pontificate at length, you know, you can spend a bunch of time talking about stuff. If you constrain it, I mean, 2 minutes times 5, that's 10, maximum 20 minutes of discussion. Probably less. Corvallis, we did this for a little while. What I observed on that board is that people came better prepared. They knew exactly what they wanted to get off their chest on the agenda. So I'm a big proponent of this, but even just doing the round robin, just calling everybody in turn, really good practice. What else?
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
So you did that for a while.
Yeah,
Why not always? What happened to it eventually?
because my dear friend Sammy became chair and he didn't keep doing it. I mean, chair changes, processes change,
Practice change.
but I'm a fan.
Chair to decide?
No, great question. I love that. Did you guys catch
Mhm.
that?
Mhm.
Yeah. Is it up to the It's how the meetings will be facilitated?
The board.
Yes. The board's meeting, it's not the chair. Chair is just the facilitator. We're servant leaders as the board chair. Coincidentally, I coach chairs. That's one of the things I do on, well, not on the side. It's just one of the things I do as part of my work at OSU.
So did Sammy decide or did the board decide?
He just stopped doing it. Nobody complained. I ribbed him about it a little bit. Okay. I'm not bitter. It's fine.
You didn't let off any of that vibe at all.
He's probably watching.
He needs a better hobby.
Why do you think it?
Why twice through?
Oh, well, I mean, you could constrain it to one. But you, maybe because of Brad's comments or, you know, Chris's comments, I have enough thought.
Did many members pass after one time?
Yeah, people
Okay,
do.
But the opportunity was there.
Yep. Yeah, makes your meetings more efficient for sure. Because if I got everything out on the first round, I'm just gonna pass. Or maybe I don't have any comments. Maybe I'm just like, I'll only speak for 20 seconds and then pass it off. Makes your meetings a lot more efficient. And what's really cool about that is then you can add other stuff, more stuff about kids. Particularly about things like, you know, you're approving the toilet paper contract. We don't want to debate that. We want to get to the good stuff. Anything else? I'm looking over here. So structured well. It's coming up. What would be a great board meeting? What would a great board meeting look like for you? How can the board take it step closer to that? I love this question. I love asking questions. Think of your perfect board meeting. What does that look like? I know that's hard. It's a little abstract for you guys. Sean walked out. So you
Okay,
should have
Brad.
taken-
He looked at the deck beforehand.
You should have taken the break.
Well, a great board meeting is efficient. You roll through the agenda. Everyone gets a chance to speak. And there's not a lot of, there's not a huge amount of controversy. It's getting the business done of the district and moving forward.
There should be some student results and progress. I like that we're kind of looking at the main thing.
And have you been doing that? Is that, as you think about the way you've been bringing content to the board, is that hopper?
Yeah, it's, we have gone through my entire time here. The principals present about their school annually. It comes with student results in reading and math. And has morphed a little bit. This year, we're looking for a little more on our cell teaching work. Like, what does that look like? How are we doing that work? But I just think that that's the heart of the matter.
I would agree. And the board should be consuming a regular regimen of that type of content. Understand that there's no expectation that anybody on the school board has any skill in pedagogy or school administration. I mean, you just use cell. I hope everybody on the board knows what you just said. But I mean, Chris, you're lucky with Chris, but I mean, there's no expectation. And then when you start talking about, intermediate assessments, things like that, I mean, what is it like to take it? So that's.
And I've been really pleased with the questioning that has come with each of those.
Okay.
Right? Generally, when principals come up, the board is both complimentary and they ask questions about, there's been a lot of learning about how formative assessments tend to be dynamic through the year, right? So early assessments in October may not show the same thing that a May set of assessments.
Absolutely. So can I put down more data in the boardroom?
At this point in my career here, I am happy if I know what all the acronyms mean. And if that's how I'm feeling about it, people sitting out there don't know either.
Yeah, so board members, that's part of your job. And the problem is that as we grow in our skill and speaking the lingo, we start speaking the lingo. And so we going back to constituent service, maybe part of that is explaining some of that. So as you learn more and more, you're able to share that with constituents. Other thoughts on a great board meeting? See, to me, this stuff, that's fun stuff. That's really exciting stuff. Even when you're asking hard questions or you're seeing data, this takes a lot of courage. For staff, it means you're going to look at tough stuff. You're going to see things that are going to make you not happy. It's questions like why? Why is it that way? And what do we need to do? That's really hard, but it's also really exciting, fun work. Because then you're really making a difference. You're making a difference in kids' lives. That's really cool. That's what we're here for. Okay, keep us moving. Are there any changes you want to make to how you structure or conduct your meetings? You guys use a consent agenda?
I've just started.
Good, okay. Do you use consolidated information? It's another trick. Streamline meetings.
Information only type.
Reports for information. Good, okay. And two-time round robin. Those three things alone speak a lot, which allows you to put more into your meetings. You can get more of this stuff that's going to make a difference. Any changes? It sounds like two-time round robin is going to be the one thing we're going to walk away with.
I mean, I'd want to talk to Ryan. He's not here, but because he's the chair. But like you said, the board could make that decision. But I think it's something we could discuss, bring that up into board business and chat about it.
Okay. I don't know what's next. What's next? Oh, we're going back to, this was animated. Sorry to spill a bunch of text on the screen. So you remember you did a board quick self-assessment. We talked about your strength, you know, where the board was strong and areas of growth. Okay. So this is where we start thinking about what does the board want to do to grow over this year? It sounds like you're going to be doing a long range facilities planning. You've got one thing that you're going to do in your meetings. It looks like the superintendent and the district team are going to be bringing you more information and skilling you up on district operations. You're going to be doing stuff with facilities. You know we're going to be doing this. Facilities, long range facility planning. You're going to need this for. Long range facilities planning, whether you like it or not, you got to do it. Okay. So your strengths, commitment to community and kids. So we were talking about community engagement as a potential area that you wanted to explore. How to shift. Sounds like you've been doing these you're calling them listening sessions for having public comment. Are you satisfied with how those were going? Were those effective? Were they getting actionable information from the board?
Absolutely, especially early on. Yeah, there's been, I would say, a general quieting in the district from crises. Not that they don't, like you say, there's always one waiting there in the weeds, but they were omnipresent when we first started, and I think there's been a genuine reduction and an improvement in the way the community looks at our district and how we function.
I'd like to see them focus by topic. I think we might get more information if people thought about something specific before they came to talk. And it seems to me that would be, well, also, we have a communications focus this year. It would be an opportunity for communication information to be made available so that they could have some information to work with as they could cook up their comments.
So I want to explain communication focus, and then I think I saw Sean add something. So tell me about this communication focus.
Well, a great many people in the district have sort of checked out and don't feel like they're having any part in it, no communication with it. We're talking about how to reach people, how best to communicate with people, how to get information out. Because if you don't have any information, everything's just a nasty surprise, you know? And so that's one of the things that is also on the plate for the year, as I understand it. Am I off base here?
Sure, I don't want you to continue to champion that. You kind of started with that, and so
Yep.
run.
Well, yeah, it's really important.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, it's hard.
I was just say, like, I think for me personally, I think limiting the scope of listening sessions to narrow it down would further hinder people that already don't pay attention. Because there are times that we've been at previous ones where people, they just, oh, hey, there's a chance here to talk. They don't know if there's a specific topic, if they show up to talk about something else. In my opinion, towards the end of the last, I guess, 2 years, term, whatever, correct term, there's just less people showing up in general. And so to even further limit it to, oh, you can only talk about this one topic today. If there was a ton of people that wanted to talk, then that would be very valuable because we could talk about one specific topic. Or if someone knew that about one topic that they want to talk about, it might be more valuable. But if it's, we've got 4 people in the audience and we're there for an hour and a half and we are done after 20 minutes because the 4 people talked, and maybe they don't even talk because if it's not about that specific subject, it would be just you're kicking people out that want to talk, that if it's not about that subject, it would feel limiting.
It could be a focus and not a limitation.
Yeah, I thought that might be an interesting way to bridge that. I don't know if we can talk about this here now because we're voting on something, and so if we're getting off into the weeds, we're not supposed to. You know. But I think we could do both. Truly, I think we could do both.
You've seen a lot more of them than I have.
Well, we could ask, say, hey, we're interested in getting some feedback on the cell phone ban, just to pick that. And so that's going to be tonight's focus. And then we're going to take questions for that for the first, say, 30 minutes. And then after that, we'll open it up to whatever questions you have that don't pertain to that. So those who would go first would be about the focus topic. And then we would open it for everything else. And that way we get kind of full communication. So that, I thought it was a way to bridge those two.
How there may be a focus topic.
Yeah.
So it's already set up structurally.
My thing was I just make sure we didn't want to limit it.
Yeah,
So,
that makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
Yeah. Okay.
So I want, when we're talking about sessions that are in addition to your regular business meeting,
correct.
Correct. They typically happen before, and there's only two board members present, so there's not a quorum, and the superintendent.
To Chris's point, though, we did have 1 year where the entire board did take testimony on controversial topics and what our policies would be. And we had a robust turnout.
Mm-hmm.
Probably to this point was the best meeting I've been a part of here. Right, just the idea that I do think that we had a couple people return to the podium a couple times, right? They wanted their 2 times around.
2 minutes each.
But it was, I thought we, and many of them said, we appreciate the opportunity.
No, I don't think so. That one went.
So I think a focus topic can bring people with a certain care. Otherwise, it would not come.
so easing back out to 30,000 foot view, I see a lot of energy around community engagement. This board is really concerned about, this team is concerned about community engagement. The cool thing is that you're doing long-range facilities planning, which is a great opportunity to get community engagement. So,
What's weird is it's tough because I see, for me as a personal business, if I was running this, I would want to see more communication. But we put out a lot of information is made public. But we have had members of the public that have shown up that are regularly at board meetings and still don't know basic information that if you showed up at all of the board meetings, you could at least know where to look. And so it's tough of like, you can only lead a horse to water. Like you can't, like, I wouldn't, if I was like getting emails, I wouldn't want 50 emails a day with every decision made. So you kind of have to, there is a little bit of onus on the public of like, you have to like either put the effort in to find it or show up at a meeting to listen, or, so it's like a weird balancing act. We want to very much communicate and make sure everything's available, but we also don't need to like physically beat someone over the head with it. Like, here is the information.
yeah, I mean, and community engagement is not just having public hearings.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
In fact, that's kind of that's a blunt instrument as community engagement goes. I mean, there's much better ways to, I mean, there's a lot, it's multifaceted. It's one of the easy ways a board can do it, but there's lots of different ways. I mean, there's information on the website, there's facilitated, listening sessions, charrettes, things like that, where, getting face to face with people and getting them in small groups to do so. There's lots. Okay. Great. So community engagement, that was the first bullet. Willing to listen, learn, variety of views, student focus, all good stuff. Wanting to learn as a new board. I think you guys are off to a great start. This is a strong team. I think you're going to do pretty well. I think you're focused on representing the whole district, and as you do that engagement work, you're gonna do more of it. The next bullet here is engage the community and develop systems, and I think that we should make a note here. Systematize that. So your listening sessions, I didn't fully understand the format of those. They're more like coffee with the board members sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's more than-
It's not the coffee.
Would you like
Pastries of any
I
sort.
would like if there were coffee there.
Right? Yeah.
There's a police officer. So the building system, those, I mean, if it's working, God, keep doing it.
Well, if you have a system, people know what to expect and they're more likely to feel secure enough to speak.
But think about how can you do that and move it to a community. Fun question. You want to communicate intention and progress? I mean, I'm just going to draw an arrow up to here. And you can also do that with this. There's a really cool worksheet that I can share with you. I can explain the premise. It's a really cool worksheet. all you have to do, this is how it works. You come up with 3 to 5 talking points at the end of every board meeting. 3 to 5.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, and then you commit to where you're going to share that information. So I'm gonna share that at church, or I'm gonna share that at the soccer game, or I'm gonna go to Rotary, whatever it is. You sign up for it, Director Adams is gonna go to Rotary. And then the next meeting, report on how that went. What did you learn? What did you hear? You know, that. And then you formulate another set of 3 to 5 talking points on what the board talked about, because your district team is gonna be sharing information. You're gonna have a long range planning, facilities planning process. You're gonna have information to share.
Mhm.
And you just keep doing it. So I don't have to give you the worksheet, just create the worksheet. Chris. That's the technique. Really quick. Improve student outcomes if you do this piece. That. We just identified. See what we just did? That's a board development plan. Oh, board self-assessment. Are we gonna do board self-assessment?
Sure.
Brad's like,
And so I did want to clarify that we were supposed to finish at 6:30.
okay, then I will finish. I'm gonna do, just gonna put BSAS, board self-assessment system. Okay. that's
I'll
it.
be
Done.
sus.
There you go. Time to
Board
work.
self-assessment system.
New acronym. Imagine that.
I
One
think
more.
that's it. Next steps. Oh, there it is. There's a create a draft board development plan. I just did that. Review and amend the development plan. You're gonna take a look at, I'm gonna send you stuff. You're gonna execute on the plan and then, you know, do the board self-assessment. That's it. Thank you. Told you I was close.
All right, it's 6:32 and we adjourn the work session.
Thanks, guys.
Hey,
Thank you.
so much.
I'm gonna snap a picture of that.
And a reminder.
Okay, it's 7 o'clock. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. Please, everyone stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we get to approval of the agenda, there's been a couple of changes I'd like to have done. We've been requested to move K1 to G1 to a scheduling, deal with a scheduling conflict. And I would also like to add to new business, talking about a volunteer reading program in the K through 5 grades, if not maybe even more. And so I would like someone to, I guess, second that motion or create a motion to change the agenda as presented.
I'll second that. Moving K1 to J1 and adding in Huh?
K1 to G1.
G1. Okay, G1. And the discussion of volunteers for a reading program.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the agenda's been amended. Okay, now I'd like to do staff recognition. Michelle Blermo advises at West Albany Oregon High School and previously advised in California. She's an Oregon advisor. Glenn Cracky, CGE, has worked with her on the Oregon Journalism Education Association. She has held formal roles as president and as an at-large board member, but regardless of her title, Michelle has been a consistent powerhouse pushing our organization forward, Craig said. Her leadership is about stewardship, sustainability, and opportunities for others. Blermo's impact goes beyond her state. She leads the JEA Outreach Academy held at the national conventions, helped pioneer JEA's partner project, and served a term leading the JEA web curriculum team. Additionally, she is a contributing author of Journalism Publishing Across Media, which is the 3rd edition as a textbook for advisors and student journalists. That's what sets Michelle apart. She leads quietly through action with humility, Craig said. She is a selfless strategic leader, always looking to lift up others and find ways to promote organizational sustainability. In lifting up others, she encourages those around her to step in and take ownership. She has created a culture in Oregon on the OJEA board where others feel empowered to lead. I've watched Michelle lead in large and small ways, launching programs, mentoring individuals, and organizing events, Craig continued. Her influence is felt in my classroom as my students flock to her presentations at our regional events, and I know her influence reaches to classrooms across Oregon and far beyond. At this time, Bruce, is that what I saw? Right, okay.
I was just going to say, in an effort to recognize staff who achieve excellence in their profession and the programs they lead, we have the opportunity tonight to acknowledge the West Albany High School Journalism Mayo. I'd like to call on Principal Rich Eagle to share some of the details of that recognition.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting us tonight. You're finding out what we've all known, sorry about that, at West Albany High School. Michelle Balmeo is an incredible educator in a district full of incredible educators, but the fact that she earned one of 4 national awards for the Journalism Education Association is it just represents what Michelle provides for our students with her passion and her professionalism in the field of journalism. She's also an incredible English language arts teacher, runs our computer science program, teaches AP computer science principles. She is just an incredibly well-rounded educator, and we're very, very proud to present her with the award and bring her up.
Am I supposed to talk?
If you will.
Well, I have your ear for like 1 or 2 minutes. Zion is one of my journalists. She's wonderful. You're very lucky to have her. I feel incredibly privileged to work in a school, a district, and a state that values journalism and student journalism, especially. Scholastic journalism in Oregon is protected by law. And that's a beautiful thing because young people have a lot to say about their own education and often are not asked about it. So it's a great opportunity. I have always had a supportive administration. Susie Osborne was a strong proponent and supported us in a lot of ways, both by granting interviews to young reporters and making her office a place that they were always welcome to come into and ask questions, even when those questions were challenging or, forced her to explain some difficult decisions. But I think that there's no better way to learn about democracy than participate in it. And journalism, a free and independent press, is a core tenet of democracy, and it's one of the many ways that we foster civic engagement in students. So I'm super proud of them for all of the work that they do. They're not perfect, and that's one of the greatest things because they learn constantly and they learn by doing. And it's scary and it's brave. And I think it's braver in the era of the internet and social media than it's ever been. Because they're putting their name on every story they write, every yearbook that they hand out. And there are a lot of kids who maybe would want to do that, but feel a little bit too scared. And they model what it is to be courageous and to be a participant in the society that you are part of all the time. So thank you to those of you who've granted interviews to journalists, West Albany journalists in the past. And we are really excited to start a new year. So thank you.
Congratulations.
So, we're gonna take a picture.
Thank you.
Where's this chair?
Thank you.
Okay, board business, E1, board work session. Ryan had worked on this a little bit, getting this ready, and he was not able to be here this evening. So I'm running a little bit behind the 8 ball on this. I believe that the goal here is for Ryan and I to get together and work towards finalizing the board working agreement and bring it back to the board to discuss. Okay, is there anything else that needs to be done at this time other than just kind of making it aware? All right. Then we'll move on to, sorry.
If you guys wanted to discuss more about meeting changes that you wanted to have, or if there's
Oh, okay,
anything
sure,
in the
sorry.
work
Yeah, I didn't
session
mean
that
to
you
short
guys
anything.
wanted to
Thank you.
discuss, that was the opportunity.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to take that away from you. So if there's any discussion, we'll open the floor to talking about how to amend or adjust the board working agreement. Any comments at this time?
Do not.
Nope.
Nope. All right. Okay, if something comes up, let us know. At the next meeting, we can talk about it. So moving to F1, district leadership team updates, superintendent report.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Just a few things just to update you on as we get started. The district has implemented the governor's cell phone policy. And you'll recall that this advanced through the legislature and kind of fell on the last hurdle and was not able to advance out of the legislature. The governor then put out an executive order. You all had made the decision that we would implement it at the beginning of the year. It was only required by January 1. That seems wise. We have that implemented currently and are working through that with kids at this point. But in general, the policy is going about as well as could expect from a summertime executive order. Anything to add?
Oh, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of working with our K-12 principals. It's interesting to see what that looks like at the different levels. At the elementary level, it's not about the phone or the reels, it's about smartwatches and being able parents to know where their kids are and to be able to reach out and contact them in case of an emergency. Obviously, at the middle and high school level, it's a little bit different. The executive order wasn't a huge change in practice for our middle schools. Because the only big difference is they just had to restrict access in the cafeteria commons before school started. Once school started, phones were off and away. So that wasn't a huge change in practice. At our high schools, it was a big change in practice. At our meeting on this past Thursday, it was a pretty amazing discussion because unanimously the statement was, even if the governor were to remove the executive order, we would want to keep this in place. They've seen kids talking, engaging in class, in the commons, playing cards at lunch, things that they haven't seen in a really long time. And it's been a big breath of fresh air for them to kind of watch and observe that happening and to see the dynamic between students really change. There's been a little bit of a learning curve, but students have responded really well and really respectfully. And that it was some really interesting information to share. There were some unintended consequences in terms of how we've integrated phone use with students throughout the course of the day, in terms of instruction. Hey, you want to get information, go use your phone to scan the QR code in the hall. That's changed a little bit. Looking at things around double authentication for registering for AP exams or the FAFSA or college admissions emails, things like that. The other interesting thing is we did have the opportunity to permit that specific use, but it was universally shared that we don't want to do that. Working with technology around providing new systems for kids in journalism or yearbook or ASB to use district issued tablets to record interviews, to take pictures, so we could really abide by the executive order and really reestablish that culture in the buildings. The principals have been phenomenal. The kids have been really responsive. So we've been pleased at the way this is rolled out in schools.
We got school going a week ago. We have had administrative team going out to the various buildings, just seeing how things are beginning to gel. Obviously, there's always a lot of energy into the first week or two of school. We were aided by a cool front in week 2. We did have some heat, not severe, but it was still warm in the first week. We are still waiting to see exactly where we are in enrollment. Some buildings have some idea of students who have moved away, but the requirement is that if we don't see students after 10 days, they are dropped. And we should get a clearer sense of our numbers at that time. We also have students that are engaged in college level work, and that doesn't start here till the beginning of the fall term. And so it becomes clearer early in October. I want to update you on the District Equity Advisory Committee, and I'll turn it over to Kelsey to do that.
Yeah, so I'll just give you a brief overview. I was able to recruit throughout the summer a really diverse group of folks who are interested in being on our deck. We had a quick gathering of those who were able to come last Wednesday. I've also been working on forming an internal group and working with the unions group and hoping that subcommittees would be interfacing and we'd be working all collaboratively. I get to present to you all next board meeting, so I'll have more info to share then, what subcommittees we've looked at, the four main topics we want to discuss, and then the list of all of the folks who are on that committee.
And Mr. Bolin, I did not include it, but I would love to have you talk just a little bit about Genuine Foods, whose food we just enjoyed there. You want to give an update a little bit on food preparation?
Actually, I'll wait till it's time for us to present.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll keep moving then. So the three goals that you're going to be asked under new business to approve tonight in very basic, our instructional framework, our long-range facility advisory committee is the second goal, and then develop a comprehensive communication plan that includes the greater community will be the three goals. I'm not going to focus too much on the bottom, but remember that we are looking at 5 areas of instruction we would like to see in every classroom. And this year, we really want to build further into common language and common practice. One of the things that I think is very important in common practice is that it shows in classrooms. But a great rule of thumb is when an administrator goes into a room, that both the teacher and the administrator, they both know what we're looking for, right? That becomes a commonality to both. The same is true that when a teacher goes into another classroom in the building, they both know what we are looking for. And the discussion then builds on its presence and how to put more of that in the lessons. So that's goal number 1. And you'll remember this slide was from the last meeting. We will really work to make this a shared and public practice. In other words, it's not something that is just in your room and that you don't want other people to see. We really want teachers to be talking with other teachers and administrators about what we see and how to do it better. Where's a good idea that can be shared? Protected time, we're working on that right now. School start can interfere with that a little bit, by the way. There's always a lot of energy and just ironing out of things, but we know that even now we have administrators who are in classrooms using AI, Magic School, giving feedback. So we will continue to build that. Let's go to the next slide. So the goal is that by June 2026, the Long Range Facility Advisory Committee will present to the board an updated long-range facility plan that will address district facilities. Let's go to the next page. Remember that this is required by law, and ODE has completed these assessments. We are now working with SAGE Architecture to complete those facility assessment process, look at each building and utilize that information to go into the long-range planning process. We have about 30 people now that will be on this committee, mostly from the community, but there are district representatives as well. And let's go to the next page. And what we want is the outcomes from the process are follows. We do, and the goal says that we'll have a plan and we will share it with the board. You guys will receive a plan. But we want to decrease the time interval for reviewing facilities. We want to do it every 5 years. The best practice in Oregon operate on 5-year intervals. This is going to help us to create greater awareness in the community and continuity. When a committee has met 5 years prior, there is a greater likelihood that we can have more members serve again, which then leads to a greater understanding and common knowledge as we go forward. Generally, for ODE facility grants, you must have a plan that is no more than 5 years old. So this would keep us current. And I think a lot can change in 10 years. Case in point here, going back to 2016 to gather the thinking of that, what the circumstances were at the time, there is a lot of forensic investigation just to find out what their thinking was at that time. And many of the circumstances, we've gone through COVID, we've gone through a whole lot. There's a very different later people around who serve on the committee. We do have them on this committee, though. The board is going to have an opportunity to consider a policy that would put this into effect, where we just say the district shall do it every 5 years. We will put the year, but we want to look out and just see exactly what the timing is as we do that. But at some point this year, we'll bring that forward for you guys to consider. And then that will set the timing for future processes. I want to remind everybody here that a facility plan is not a bond proposal, right? That we must look at that. We must see those recommendations, determine what is doable, and then bond proposals would be based upon the needs seen there, but also on the very pragmatic undertakings there. So this is a facility planning process. It could lead, but this stands alone as a facility plan at this point this year. So I'll just read through these. This is the Long Range Facility Advisory Committee. Each of these members have been asked to fill out a brief biography of their connections in the community. We have looked to find people with connection in the community. John Anderson, Lisa Avery, Abel Condrea, Rick Costin, Scott Cowan, Liz Craig, Jody Dudera, Pat Eastman, Beth Hinkle, Alex Johnson, Doris Johnson, Mark Leonard, Dana Ford, Kevin Mansky, Max Nazarian, Jill Nelson, Chris Norman, Carson O'Brien, Dick Perdue, Dave Reese, Chris Reese, Pat Richards, Sean Rubish, Matt Rutgers, Janet Steele, Sean Taylor, Tim Washko. Most of them have a strong background in various organizations in the community, and I think it's a representative group, and I'm super excited to get them going the first Tuesday in October, and we'll get going from there. There are 2 board members on there. Appreciate you guys willing to serve on that, and you'll help me be a conduit back to this group. We will begin in October. Some of that will be just setting the ground rules, guiding principles. We will have Piper Jaffray bond update. Piper Jaffray is the company that does all things fiscally related with bonds. They serve us in a couple different ways, among which is they track our cost per thousand, for example, to the community over time for what the community pays for a bond. So they will update it at that time. In November, we will have population estimates from Flow Analytics. They will be looking at the October numbers that we will see once we get through the 10-day drops. They will then look at that over time for this district. Maintenance projects will then follow in December. Dave and Lauren Stanley, our facility director, have been working hard with the architects to digestible information, right? Like what the priorities are. Would that be a fair assessment of that, Dave?
Yes.
It's a teaching thing now, right? Anything to add there?
No, I'm excited about the group that we have. I'm excited about the working with great so far, and getting together with the buildings, the processes that they had. They've interviewed all of our directors, all of our building principals as well. So to bring that all together in one piece for you and for the committee is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Once we get into the winter months, into the spring, then we will We will finish out those district-wide concepts, and then we will begin the challenging work of putting it all together, defining the priorities, and where we will go forward, what the recommendations will be. It will be advisory. They will be recommendations that will come to you, right? But we also want something that is not a surprise to you, or something that we don't necessarily, like if we think they're lost or whatever, or they think, no, you guys, we are right, you guys need to adjust. There will be some work there. And I think we'll be working on that generally almost entirely through the committee to make sure that you guys are informed and that we are able to work two groups to come to a conclusion that everybody can agree to. So then we'll present a draft plan to the board. In quotes at the top is the goal. By June 2026, the district will increase both the effectiveness and volume of positive communications to district employees, GAPS parents, and the broader community to result in an updated communication plan that addresses each of the above. And you will recall we are in the process of developing and getting a survey done. We'll share that out with the board. But essentially, that will be like, what is our audience? Where will we reach them? And even talking with Vince Adams tonight, it can't just be one way. Engagement with the community is going to have to be complex and will involve listening as well as sending out and communicating. And so that will be the first step. We'll see what that survey can show us, and we'll begin to work with what we see there. So those will be the three goals. I'll turn it over to Jane.
Good evening. So tonight I want to just review with you ADM changes and processes that I see coming up. And I have presented to you an appropriation transfer and a supplemental budget. And that's based on the SB 1149 funds that we talked about last month. And then also we have MOU. ADM. I'm always anxious this time of year to see the number of students that we have and compare that to our budget. So right now, when I look at just the students, which you can't really compare that to ADMR, the average daily membership, but it's about 100 less. So we're right around 8,500. But the good thing is, when we were going through the budget process, we knew last year that our student enrollment had declined by 200. We budgeted lower. And remember, ODE always pays us the highest year or the prior year. So the 24-25 ADMR will become our base. And right now, that's about only 20 students down from the budgeted number. It sometimes changes as they finalize that 24-25 number. So say it's down 50 by the time ODE finishes, that would be around a $500,000 drop. So I see that as sort of our maximum drop due to declining enrollment. And it's really nice that ODE allows us, for districts facing declining enrollment, the highest of 2 years, because it helps ease that. And then in December, ODE always looks at the December counts, and then they make adjustments for 25-26. So we won't see any funding cuts until January. And then also in December, we look at where we're at, and we project for 26-27 budget. Any questions on that? Sean?
So with the ADMR and the 2-year cycle, you kind of run into a difficult problem of, this year might not be the problem, but it's slightly, but then it's just continues to be a slight problem as long as the enrollment continues to decrease, correct?
Correct. I mean, that's why we had so many position reductions, is because we took that hit knowing that we would be down this year. So we planned for that. So it is definitely a challenge.
So then also with the budget decreasing in January, that limits what we can do, because you're finding out halfway through the year, you only have the second half of the year to make up all of those cuts as opposed to being able to spread it out over a full year. Right.
Yes and no, because if I anticipate that as I do our annual projection and bring that to you, I will account for that. And so it won't be a surprise. We'll be planning for that.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else? Think. Go ahead.
So next I wanted to take you through the budget appropriation change, the resolution that I provided for you tonight. It contains both an appropriation change and a supplemental budget. And remember, this is due to the SB 1149 funds that now are released to be expended. So an appropriation change does not increase the budget. I'm asking you to move funds from 2000 function into the transfer. That will allow me to move the $1 million out of SB 1149 into our capital projects fund. And then the supplemental budget, which is less than 10% of our capital projects fund, will allow us to expend the funds. The reason I mentioned 10%, if it were over 10% of a fund, we would have had to reconvene the budget. We don't have to do that. You have the authority to increase that fund. Any questions on that?
Just wanted to clarify if you could clarify or remind people that that specific notation that we were talking about is only can be used for capital funds. It's not just a general funds, correct?
Right. The appropriation transfer requests that the funds be moved into the capital projects fund.
Okay. Thank you.
And Jane, when are you looking for action on that?
It's later in the agenda.
Okay.
Yes. And then I don't need to take you through this, but last month I kind of got in the weeds with you on the SB 1149. So I just made a simplified version of how the dollars start and end up. And so they start with just the power company charging their customers. Then the funds go to the Oregon Department of Energy, which pays it to us, and we put it in our special revenue funds. And once we have completed qualifying projects, energy efficient, like replacing the lights, we're allowed to transfer those funds. And what happened now is those funds had been previously approved, and I worked with Odo to get confirmation that all of the funds we had actually had been approved for transfer in previous projects. And then lastly, we have been working with the classified bargaining team on impact bargaining related to genuine foods. So the changes that took place for our classified food service team, and it resulted in a salary schedule with some staffing. Scott will talk about that later, but we added a ship out kitchen at West Albany, so there were position changes, and then a 3% COLA for our food service staff. And so that MOU is later on in the agenda. And just as a little reference, our total food service staff cost for salary and payroll costs was $2.9 million in 24-25. And then the staffing position changes we're talking about are about $10,000. The 3% is $65,000. So the total cost of this for increase is approximately $75,000. And we're hoping that the food quality be so much better, we have more students, that our numbers go up, that it helps offset the expense. And Dave, I think Scott will talk about that, but they are seeing some of that now. Also, beginning fund balance fund, which originated from COVID when all kids ate the food. I look back in those years at the food service fund, it went from being in the red to having this beginning fund balance, which the state doesn't like. We can only be a certain percentage. So if we need to, we have a little bit of that available to help us with equipment and to help us with staffing. Any questions on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And we had a change in the agenda where we brought forward K1. Do that now. And this is special program for restraint and seclusion.
Wait. Krista and her staff to present the program and seclusion.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Krista McGuire. I'm the Director of Special Programs. And we're to present to you our report on the number of incidents of restraint and seclusion. And so that is the information we are going to share. We're going to get into the numbers. We think it's important to provide some context on training that we do, help mitigate the numbers and incidents of that necessitate restraint and seclusion. So I have two members of our district behavior team who are also our district MANT trainers. And so MANT is the system that we use to provide training for staff to be able to use de-escalation and restraint training. And so I am going to turn it over to start to Jacob Peterson and Rebecca Wellman. We're very fortunate to have members in our district who are trainers because they are very responsive and work closely on an ongoing basis. We're required to do annual training every year, and we do a lot more than that, and they're very responsive going in and providing ongoing coaching and training to our staff. So I believe Rebecca is up first.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm Rebecca Wellman. I'm with the district behavior team. And Jacob Peterson. We are both MANT trainers. And we'll talk a little bit about what we do as MANT instructors and also some key concepts in MANT. So the first of those are healthy relationships, and MANT teaches us that healthy relationships are really the foundation of all of the things we do when we interact with students. So those healthy relationships with our students, with our coworkers, with our parents, and with our community are really at that foundation. And when we're working with students who have experienced trauma, those healthy relationships become really critical in what we do, and are that foundation. We also teach Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs shows us that when we see a behavior, we also need to look behind the behavior and see what's happening for the student. So looking at are basic needs being met? Did they get enough sleep? Do they have enough food? And how we can help provide that at schools. We also look at safety and security and how we provide consistency and predictability in schools to help students feel safe and secure while they're at schools. And again, back to that healthy relationships and also helping students having those healthy peer relationships with each other. And we know that when we have that foundation and we've addressed those potentially unmet needs, then students can learn and do school. We also teach the crisis cycle. MAN's version of the crisis cycle helps us understand not just where, it helps us understand where the student is in the crisis cycle, but it also helps us understand what to do at each phase in the crisis cycle. And it also helps us assess ourselves in that crisis cycle. And while we're working with students, assessing ourselves and where we're at as we work with them. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Jacob to talk about some of the training we do.
Good evening, like Krista and district behavior team and also one of our MANT trainers. So just giving you an idea of some of the types of trainings that we do every year. One of them is an initial training. That's going to be for all new staff that go into some of our specialized programs, as well as like our behavior coaches or our new deans at our elementary, middle school, and high schools. And then we also have an annual recertification. So every year, the staff that are trained in MANT have to come back every year. So we go over some of the content that Rebecca just talked about, and then also review our physical skills. So some of our skills that we go over are like gain a release from maybe a bite or a wrist grab, and then also our restraints, which are going to be used in those crisis situations where we have students that are being really, really unsafe to either themselves or others. We also, throughout the year, go and debrief with teams, either when a restraint has happened, or if that team maybe has reached out and have struggled with a student with some unsafe behavior, we'll go out and we'll talk with them and try to figure out a plan, maybe create safety plans, go over the physical skills with them. So for example, if we had a student that was struggling maybe with biting, we'd go out and we would review those physical skills with that team. That's also the same type of thing as a skill refresher. So those kind of things are kind of involved with each other. So the debrief would be more for those, I guess, those physical restraints that we would debrief with after that incident. And then a skills refresher might be back on top of that if we decide that we need to go over some of that stuff. And then we also go out and do professional development. So we will go out and do trainings around the crisis cycle, our de-escalation preference chart, and some other things that we have within our MANT system. So these are some things just to think about as we're going through this. Like Rebecca said, we're really thinking about the importance of healthy relationships. And for the last few years, we switched from CPI, which was the program we used previously, to MANT. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago now. And we have had pretty good feedback from the staff that are now coming to the trainings. We ask for a feedback every training that we have, and it's been overwhelmingly positive with what we have coming through. The trainings that staff come to are a full day training, so it's like 8 to 4. And also when they do that initial, there's about a 3 to 4 hour online training that staff also have to do before they're allowed to attend that initial training. When you come back for the recertification, you don't have to do the online anymore, you're just there with us for that day. We also talk very much about the importance of seclusion and restraint being our very last option when working with our students. And some other options available. We've actually added in some new things. So we have a new training that we're now doing that's a shield and pad training that 2 of our MANT trainers went and got certified in. So we're just trying to come up with some more intervention, some physical intervention programs that we have that we can give before we get into those last options that we're really worried about, which is those seclusion and restraint, right? Those are those last things we want to do. It's a big deal when we put hands on kids. We want to make sure that we're exhausting all our other options before we do that. So just to give you guys an idea of some of the preventative strategies that we talk about. So we have our MTSS that the public school district has adopted. We also have our de-escalation spaces in schools. We have calming corners. We have SEL intervention groups. SEL community building. We have our restorative practices at the middle school level. We have our TRAMPS training our new teachers go through, and also TRAMPS training that they continue yearly. We have our trauma-informed practices, which is something our district behavior team does, as well as our MANT team. We have a couple different options with that we can go out and train buildings on. We do an August training for all of our behavior coaches and deans every year. That also includes our recertification of those people in the MANT program. We have our build and behavior team meetings, or the team meetings. Our behavior team joins those, and we join those meetings as often as we can. And then we also have our district behavior team that is assigned to, so all on the team have specific buildings that we are kind of supporting. And then we also have our prolonged on-site coaching for intensive support needs that our district behavior team does. We also have our FBAs and our 5-point plans that our schools are involved in. So here's some numbers actually just from last year, and this is the amount of trainings that our district team does, and also understanding that there's only 3 of us on the team. So just last year, we did 29 initial and recertification trainings. We did 24 refreshers with teams, and that's when we actually go out to the building, and they're usually after school on like a Wednesday on our early release days. We did 24 of those last year. The last year was the year we had full of the shield and pad. The year before, we kind of got trained in the middle of the year, so we didn't get many of those the year before, but we actually did 9 last year. And then just our numbers last year, we had 81 certified staff trained and 167 classified staff trained. And so then what we try to do as much as we can is keep that, like we talked about, that ongoing coaching and that support that we try to give to those schools as often as we can. And I'm going to hand it back over to Krista to give you guys some more of the numbers on the restraint from 24-25.
Great, thank you. All right, so these are numbers, and we have seen since we've adopted MANT, the number of restraints and seclusion decreased every year across the last 4 years. And so last year we had 16 students that experienced restraint. We had one incident involving seclusion. And so seclusion is if a student is kept in a room without an adult in that room and prevented from leaving. So we only had one incident due to safety, the need to have seclusion. The number of seclusions in a locked room were 0. We don't ever lock the doors. And again, all of these are determined like the last resort. So we try really hard to do the preventative, and it's really only when it's a matter of imminent safety. The total number of students who were restrained last year was 15. And so you see that means one student had 2 incidents of restraint and seclusion. We have to do certain steps once a student experiences more than 5 incidents of restraint or seclusion, and so we weren't there. Most of these were isolated incidents with separate students each time. The total number of students placed in seclusion was 1, and then we have to report on the number of incidents that result in injury or death to students or staff. And so we had 4 of these restraint incidents that resulted in injury to staff, none that resulted in injury to students. The number of students who were restrained more than 10 times was 0. And the number of incidents in which personnel were not trained was 1 incident. And so we work really hard too on helping educate the entire staff that really, if you are not trained, you should not be engaging in restraint, again, unless it's a matter of absolute imminent safety in that moment. And then we always, if we have a staff that does do a restraint and they're not trained, the MANT trainers always go and debrief with that staff member and talk through like what other alternatives were there, was it absolutely necessary? And so we only had 1 incident that had a staff member that wasn't trained that restrained a student. We're required to consider comparison data for our district as a whole as compared to students who are experiencing restraint and seclusion. And so typically we're looking at that to make sure that we're not overrepresented in any category. And so you can see from our data, it's actually more, our white students are more likely based on the limited number. So it is a small subset of students that were restrained to experience restraint than any of our other ethnic diversities based on when compared to the number of students in the district as a whole. Oops, did I go? And then we also compare based on gender and disability status. And so we do see, again, males are more likely when you compare to the percentage of males in the district as a whole. And so it is males that are more likely to experience restraint or seclusion. And then it is overwhelmingly students on IEPs that experience the most incidents of restraint and seclusion at 94%, which is disproportionate, obviously, to our student population as a whole. And typically those students also have behavior plans that are written into their IEP. So their IEP is addressing behavior in other ways as well. And so that is the end of our presentation. Do you have any questions?
So this deals only with restraint.
Correct.
So we have had other staff not restraining who have been injured too.
Correct.
Which is a different number.
Yep. So this report and what we're required to present is very formulaic from ODE, and it is only looking at when restraint is involved. And so other incidents or injuries that sometimes do result in injury to staff members would not be accounted for in this information.
Thank you.
Do you track those?
The district does track the number of incidents of injuries. We have we do track staff injuries. I don't personally have that information, but I do know it is tracked, and we do. So as the behavior team, we meet and we do try and look at that data as well in terms of if we know that there have been injuries to a staff, then we are trying to be responsive to that and provide more training. Considering, again, looking at like the behavior plans of students and that type of thing, if there are injuries that are the result of a student incident.
We track those through our district safety committee. That data comes here.
Do we get that data presented to the board at some point? Do we know?
Yeah, we'd be happy to share that with you.
Okay, I think that'd be important to see. Anything else for Krista?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank
being
you.
here.
Have a good evening.
Okay, back to board reports. It's now time for board member reports. Ladies, would you like to? This is your opportunity, if you wish, to let it out, say some good things that happened, or?
I don't really have anything at the moment. I enjoyed our work session earlier, our learning session. I felt that was really good. That's all I really have.
It's okay.
Same with me.
All right.
No, it's something Superintendent Gardner's mentioned in the past that I just look forward to is once the year gets started and people start getting in a flow, just being able to get back out in schools and starting to see how the new year's treating everybody. So.
Yeah. I had a couple things. One, it was really good to hear that there is overwhelming buy-in on the cell phone ban. It seems like not only, and I want to hear from you guys when it's your turn about the cell phone ban. Yeah, you'll be on the hot seat. Don't worry, your turn's coming. So I do want to hear how that's going and kind of get some continuous feedback on how those things are rolling out. Really good to hear that the students are engaging with each other. I think that's going to be a fabulous outcome, and I can't wait to see the results of that. That's going to be really good. Wanted to thank Genuine Foods for a great meal between our work session and tonight's. I think the only one little caveat, we didn't get to try the pizza, and we've heard such great stories. Becca put in a great story in there, and so that's on your to-do list. We're going to want to try that out. And Scott, thank you for all the work you do with that. That's just awesome. And that's really all I had for tonight on that. And now it's time for the hot seat, I believe. Yes, student board members. And please introduce yourself. This is your first time to be here, so let us know your name and where you're from and then what you'd like to share with us.
Okay. I'm Skylar Wang, and I'm from South Albany.
I'm Zion Malel, and I'm from West Albany. I am a. Do you want to know about the school?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you bet. It's your turn.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No. So I'm a junior at West Albany High School. I am a member of our performing arts community. I am first chair of Lunar Wind Ensemble. A member of 2 choirs. I am an editor for our school paper, The Whirlwind. Miss Palmeo is my director. She's amazing. And yeah, I take honors classes. I'm part of BSU. All my siblings do sports. I'm really active. I go to all the games, and yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll add more about myself. Yeah, I'm part of the mixed large choir, United Harmony, and Ascend, the a cappella choir. I'm also part of the theater program there. I'm also secretary of the drama club. I'm a member of the poetry club, and a pretty involved student of the leadership program. Also, not to mention the youth leadership of Albany Youth Leadership Chamber of Commerce program.
did you guys have any reports
Yes.
from school? Well, let's go ahead and
Okay.
you can dive into those.
We had a great start to the school year. It's been really engaged, especially at like assemblies, because there's no phones. Nobody's on their phones during assemblies, so there's a lot of school spirit, a lot of showing out. Especially, I know because my sister, she's a freshman, and she said that she thinks it's a great experience, like coming into high school not having a phone. And our staff is really prepared because of like the extra prep period. They're kind of rested. They're all really happy. We have a lot of sports participations. We have over 400 students enrolled in a fall sport right now. And that's not counting our performing arts program, because I know our wind ensemble, which is one of our largest bands, has 50 members. Our largest choir has 50 as well. And that's not counting the 4 other bands and the 2 other choirs. So there's a bunch of people enrolled in a bunch of activities right now. Our sports team. So our football team is 3-0. They have a game at Lebanon tonight. Our volleyball team is 2-4. They have a game versus South tomorrow. And then they have a game at Corvallis later this week. Our boys soccer team is 2 wins, 1 tie, and 0 losses. Tonight they're actually at Willamette. And then on Saturday they're going to be going against Central Catholic. Our girls soccer team has 0 wins, 1 tie, and 1 loss. They're at Willamette right now, and then on Thursday they're going to be at Springfield. Cross country already had a meet. No really results I could find on that, but they do have another one this Saturday. The cross country, I think it's the Mook cross country invite at Alderbrook. And then girls and boys water polo hasn't played yet, but their first thing I think is on Wednesday at Hillsborough. Theater, Yellow Boat has started rehearsal. Our play, if you guys want to go see it, it's November 7th and 8th. It's really cool. It's about this, what's kind of sad actually, it's about this guy, this little boy, his name is Benjamin. He has hemophilia, like the disease. I think it's set in the 80s. It's a real story, and he got AIDS and he passed away. So it's kind of sad, but it's good play.
If I may add on to that, I do know a little bit more. Yeah. I saw the play before. It's really awesome. It's about a boy named Benjamin. He was 5 years old when he was diagnosed with AIDS because he has hemophilia. He had a blood transfer, but during the 80s, since the pandemic or the epidemic, what was it? The spread of it eventually got to him, and so it's a story about him processing and grieving, getting ready for his for the end of his life, and it's a really precious and sad story. I really do encourage you to go see it.
It's really good. Yeah, and then our band and choir first concerts are next month, the 20th and 23rd. So if you're gonna go see those, you can also go support. Anyways.
Yeah. Would you like me to start with the policy responses or the highlights of the year so far?
It's yours. Go on.
All right. So I guess I'll start with the policies. I'll start with the phones. And as most of the members have been saying, yes, there has been an overall positive from students, teachers, and admin. There have been a lot of positive connections due to like no cell phones. Like I found myself having more conversations with people I haven't really met before, or I'm seeing a lot of great stuff happening. Some are struggling to break the habit of when it buzzes in their pocket because they forget to put it in their backpack, but they're like, oh shoot, and so they put it back in. Although there's one thing, students do question why they can't have their phones during breaks and lunches. That's been one thing I've been talking about, but it's overall a pretty good positive. And then some new policies that have been adapted purely to South. Because we're a California campus, we have sourced solutions from a California school in California to adapt from our old hall passes. We now have vests that are assigned to each building. They're like little construction vests. It's pretty awesome. And there have been more vacant bathrooms, less wanderers around campus. There has been reported a decrease in discipline issues Students have had concerns. Students have had concerns about the cleanliness of the vests, but they are washed twice a week, and they're cleaner than the little stuffed teddy bear that the teacher will give you to walk into the bathroom, sit down in the sink,
Or elsewhere.
or elsewhere, right? And for the lunch. For the lunch line, there have been these like little boundaries to help order the lines to get people in and out. And there have been, some less disciplinary issues. And also, there has been gray painted lines around the courtyard. It's kind of hard to describe the outline, but it's students are allowed to be within the boundaries of the gray lines, which is most of the courtyard, and then the commons itself, and then now it's opening up to building 6 as the winter months come. But with that, teachers can worry less about monitoring outside the classrooms and having more time to eat and relax and prep. And the BAT team as well, they're finding more positive results with that. And along with the lunch food, there have been lots of positives from students, better quality, and if you're wondering about the pizza, it is good.
I am wondering, yes.
Yes. Now some highlights. The freshman introduction day, it was quite a success. We had a lunchtime activity. It was actually a water balloon toss, where not like throwing them, but the objective was to toss them and see how far you can get without popping them. There was a lot of freshmen involved with that, and I was very pleased to see that, all the involvement that they had. It was a very exciting time, including and also the assembly for the prep rally. It is the loudest that we've heard any freshman class do a sound off, and it was frankly quite awesome. And with new policies, there have been a lot of creative adaptations with them, a lot of positive things. And without the phones, teachers are feeling more engaged in their teaching because of the lack of screens from the students and themselves. And now for the sports. Football, we are 1-to-1 with them at Silverton this week. Volleyball, we are 4-to-1 at West Albany tomorrow. Best of luck. And home versus McKay next Thursday. Girls soccer 0-2-1, and they're home versus Nelson. Boys soccer, they're 1-1-1. Home versus David Douglas, all the way from Portland. Cross country, both are doing and running really well, and they'll be performing at Seaside. And meanwhile, at the football game, the band and the color guard had a great performance. And the choir, they are working really hard to rehearse the music they have for the concert next month on the 22nd. And then theater is rehearsing their play of The Outsiders, which will be performing in early November at LBCC, the Russell Strip Center. And students and teachers are ramping up for other clubs and other extracurricular activities to happen for the rest of the year, which includes Freshman Family Night, which is happening this Wednesday. And on Saturday, the 27th of September, we'll be hosting the state preview tournament for volleyball. And that is all that I have from my tiny notebook.
Outstanding. Thank you, guys. Any questions or anything? Okay. Next, moving on to school resource officer introductions. Andy Gardner.
We have our school resource officers here tonight, and I believe to introduce them is Jerry Drum from the police department, or is he just here for moral support?
Probably the latter.
Okay. So Gina Bell, of course, needs no introduction. She has been a school resource officer here. John Wymore needs some introduction and maybe a speech.
Absolutely. So I am honored to be here. I'll tell you a little about myself and then some of our goals that we have for this year. But truly, when I say this is a dream job for me, I mean that. When I was applying to be a police officer several years ago, I wanted to be a school resource officer someday. So I specifically chose Albany PD because they have this opportunity, and getting to speak with you guys tonight really is an honor. I know several of you so far, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. If you ever want to talk more, I'm happy to grab coffee or swing by your office or whatever. A little about me. I came to Oregon State University back in 2008, got a bachelor's degree, and then became a registered dietitian, worked for Samaritan for about 6 years. So then took a pivot and worked with middle school and high school students for the better part of a decade as a youth pastor, and then took an even greater pivot and started working in law enforcement. And I've been doing this for about 4 years now as a patrol officer. So very different career choices, but I'm very happy to be a school resource officer this year. We're 2 weeks underway, 2 weeks, and I've enjoyed getting to know our administrators, students, been bringing Bentley around. Bentley and I actually got a school photo at AOS, so stay tuned for that. To share a little about our goals this year, I wanted just to back up a little bit before we get to goals, is talk about what the role is of a school resource officer. And so according to the National Academy of SROs, NASRO, there's 3 roles of a SRO. One of those is a law enforcement officer, one is a public safety educator, and one is informal counselor. And so we think about those 3 roles when we're defining what our goals are for the year. And really, if you think about what does that mean in terms of what are we doing, is that public safety, we want to keep our schools safe. Number 2 is we want to help come alongside our current educators. We want to provide public safety education. We want our kids to be successful beyond high school. And then lastly, that informal counselor, we want to establish good relationships with our students and with our faculty. And so our goals are going to kind of facilitate those 3 things. So Officer Bell is going to kind of talk about 3 of our goals. We have many. These are some of the 3 key ones here.
Hi, Officer Bell, Gina Bell. I've been with APD for 7 years. I know that we have a couple of new faces, so it's very nice to see you guys here and welcome. So for this year, we also have, along with Officer Wymore, we have a new addition to our team, Sergeant Postuma. I'm not sure if you guys have had the privilege of meeting him yet, but he has been with the Albany Police Department for about 17 years, Captain Drum. Yeah, about 17 years. He's also the Assistant SWAT Commander of the Lynn County Regional SWAT Team. So he has a wealth of knowledge in safety in general, and I'm really looking forward to his assistance with lockdowns and all of our procedures that we have on our end. This year, we're going to focus on a couple of topics. The first one, we used to have this program before I came on. It was called the BULB program, but basically it was a program that gave gratification and praise to students who weren't doing great in either their schoolwork or maybe actions that they made and have since done well. So it's a way of rewarding those students. With the Safety Foundation's assistance, we are going to implement a new program called LEAD, and that stands for Lead, Engage, Achieve, and Develop with Law Enforcement. So basically, once a quarter, we're going to select a student or ask middle school principals to assist us with people who they believe would benefit from maybe getting to know us a little bit more. And the goal is to take 1 student per quarter, each of us, to lunch and just have conversations with them about what they have going on and how we can just kind of get to know them and maybe mentor them throughout their time in middle school and through high school. So there's that. The second thing that we plan to do is to create educational PowerPoints that we will hopefully give in middle schools and high schools that focus on issues that we've seen in the last couple of years in our schools. So some examples of PowerPoints that we'll create are on consent, because that's a big issue that we have with students not knowing what that means and what it means to us in law enforcement. And then also the dangers of social media and digital footprints. We also have a huge issue with that, and students kind of getting into sticky situations or messy situations where they're uncomfortable going to school because of maybe something that they posted or put on their phone or somebody else's phone. So there's that. And then drug and alcohol, what to do if you're in a traffic collision or traffic crash, and then also what to do if you're ever pulled over by a police officer. So those are just a few examples of PowerPoints that we're going to create and start presenting in middle schools and high schools. Another one is elementary school presence. So we've said this over the last couple of years that middle schools and high schools usually take up a lot of our time. However, that doesn't mean that we don't want to pay attention to our elementary schools and our littles. So we're going to hold ourselves accountable to that this year, and we're creating basically just a checklist that's really big in our office, right in our face, so that once a month we can go to each elementary school and remember and hold ourselves accountable to that. So we're creating a large checklist in our office. And then lastly, but maybe most important, honestly, is focus on the lockdown process. So we do these twice a year, as you guys know, but one big hole that we realized is the reunification process for post-lockdown procedure and what that looks like per school. So our goal is to focus on where each school is supposed to go to, in addition to making sure that transportation is aware of that location for each school. So, lastly, I want to touch on the cell phone policy since that's a big topic. I've noticed it particularly at South Albany High School. As I walk through during passing periods, I see people actually talking to each other without their faces in their cell phones. So much so that on that freshman day, the first day of school, leadership was doing line dances in the quad, and I knew one of them and wanted to go in and dance, but I stopped and I was like, everyone's going to record me. But then I was like, oh, they don't have their phones. So I jumped in and danced, which was really fun. So I do appreciate that. I see a difference in just interactions with the students in the 2 weeks that we've had of school. And yeah, I'm a big fan of it. So do you guys have any questions for us? Yes.
Do you want more opportunities for line dances?
Yes. Also, great job, Zion and Skylar, with your guys' presentations. You guys did great.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. Well, we're excited for the school year and looking forward to working with you guys.
I do want to say I've had the opportunity to meet with the two officers last spring and then again this fall. The goals that they've established are going to be amazing for kids. It's an amazing presence, so students see that law enforcement officers are not just there to enforce the rules, so to speak. They have a lot to offer to our students. And a lot to offer instructionally, and I'm really excited to see that they're going to be able to provide those lessons and instruction to both middle and high schools, and then have that presence at our elementary schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you both.
Okay, H2, Classified Mentor Program. Andy, would you please?
Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce Liz Craig, Joanne Felice, Wendy Rogers, and on loan, Laura Warren from the Lebanon School District to talk about our mentor program. Can't say enough about the ownership that our three ladies have demonstrated, the leadership. We were able to go, Susie, myself, and Kelly Bizard got to go watch the Lebanon training. Laura and I don't know if you're going to talk more about yourself or you're going to introduce a little bit, but we were able to go and watch the training at Lebanon, and it's really high quality. And Laura Warren developed it all over many years, and we feel really fortunate to have her nearby to help us out. Not to take anything away from these three ladies and their ownership and leadership. So take it away.
Well, I'd like to introduce ourselves. I'm Joanne Felice. I'm a mentor coordinator. I'm a custodian at Oak Grove Elementary.
I'm Wendy Rogers. I'm a mentor coordinator. I'm a special education assistant at Takina.
Good evening. My name is Laura Warren. I'm on loan from Lebanon. I am a mentoring coordinator over there. Was in the classroom for 26 years, specializing in dyslexia instruction, but now currently serve as a TOSA for the districts.
I'm Liz Craig. I am the lead mentor coordinator. I am also a PCA at CTP. Those acronyms are a personal care assistant at our community transition program. As long as I've been here, we have heard lots of words from all the boards forever about retention. Classified retention is terrible. We tried to figure out how to get a mentorship program in our last bargain, and it was a big bargain, and we didn't get that, obviously. But we still had a huge problem that we were trying to figure out how to solve. The new numbers that I just got was last year we had 146 new hires come into our district. We had about 120 staff that were moved in different buildings or different programs. And that's close to half of our staff were new to our building or new to our district for classified. The impact of the turnover is great. It's immense. It's very, very, very hard on any district. And we have had some rough years as of late. And it shows, I think, in our students, it shows in our staff. It's rough. It hinders student success. It's a big impact on payroll, HR. Laura's going to give some numbers here in a minute that are kind of staggering that really was shocking to me and led me to say, how do we figure this out? It also puts a huge burden, and I will say that, on when folks come in. We are in a building, we're trying to figure out, we don't get a week of training ahead of time to get prepped and all those things. It's day one, we're hitting the ground running, and then we have all this new staff that's looking at us going, what do we do? And we're like, it's rough. So we were seeking solutions. We started asking a lot of our local leaders in our state and expanded that nationally. What are they doing? How are they being successful at having retention? Laura Warren, again, is our next door neighbor, and she had the best program out of anybody nationally. And she also has a lot of great skills in grant writing and lots of wonderful encouragement. So we partnered with Laura, and we partnered with NEA, and we've partnered with Grants Pass as well. And we were able to secure a $20,250 grant from the REN, the Western Regional Education Network. And I'm gonna pass it on to Laura.
Thanks, Liz. I'm so excited to be here and see what is being created in Albany. Super excited. Our journey began long ago. We are currently in our 6th year of implementation of our nationally recognized program. However, we've been working on this for about 8.5 years. Our journey began much like yours. We were seeing staff retention problems. We were finding that our seasoned employees, not only our new hires, right, but our seasoned employees, they didn't feel fulfilled within their job, right? So then they were leaving, and they really did not feel recognized for the work that they did. So the HR director and myself, we worked very collaboratively within our district. We knew that we needed to fix something, right? We needed a mentoring program to support these individuals as they came in. And we began to look within the state, and we soon recognized there's no ESP mentoring programs in the state of Oregon. So we broadened that, and we started looking nationally. And at that time, there were 4 across the United States for ESPs. Now, we know that licensed programs have been around for a long time, right? ODE funds that work, but we really had nothing to look at. And so we began looking at the licensed programs that were currently operating, and we soon found those weren't really great programs either, right? And we didn't want to create something that we knew was not going to be successful. What was the point, right? So we worked long and hard. Eventually, the National Education Association, which is our union, began a project to create ESP mentoring programs across the nation. And this was 7.5 years ago. So I had the opportunity to apply for a grant. We were accepted into that first cohort of 12 from across the nation. We were the only ones that were not on the East Coast that were taken. And so we went to Washington, D.C. I built a team for my leadership group. I had my HR director right there with me. We flew to Washington, D.C. We worked for an intensive week there in D.C. creating a program looking at the best existing programs, right? Both ESP and licensed, and then came back and worked for another year to try and create our program. So that's kind of where we started. And it has been amazing. I'll try not to lose it, but it has changed our district in words I can't even express. The climate has completely changed. We are keeping people. With this program coming to Albany, we'll probably be getting less people from Albany. It was amazing, and we knew some of the things that we anticipated were going to happen. There were things we didn't realize that were going to happen. So when I speak of retention of employees, we think new hires, right? But we started to retain our seasoned employees. They didn't want to retire because they didn't want to not be a mentor anymore. That's what this program meant to them, right? And so we watched that evolve. And like I said, we're in year 6 of our implementation. We've been in it long enough. We now have our ESP new hires, right, that we were supporting 6 years ago are now becoming mentors, because of what that program did for them and how supported they were. So it's built this leadership chain that we had no idea would be there. We have collaboration across the district where these individuals that have been together for 6 years are still together after 6 years, right? Supporting each other and then bringing more into the fold. So that's been amazing. It has increased our professional development, and the fact that our new hires that we support through the mentoring program want to go out and get learning on their own, which is a win-win for the district, right? So that's been huge. We've seen a huge improvement in academic and behavioral outcomes for our students, because ultimately that's what it's about. It's about our students, right? And to see all of the benefits that have came through this program, I could speak for hours, literally. So I was excited when Andy and his team and Liz and her team came to me and said, we're interested in doing this. I work for the National Education Association nationally. I travel around the country with our program. Our program has been replicated not only in the state of Oregon, but across the nation. We have about 58 programs that are modeled exactly after ours that are growing and changing and bettering their districts. So I'm super excited to walk beside Andy and his team and Liz and her team to see what it does for Albany. So I'm always here. So thanks.
All right, so we talked a little bit about our why. We want to invest, empower, and retain a top-notch staff that are well-equipped with the tools needed to be unparalleled in their capability to serve the diverse needs of today's students while ensuring their success. And in order to do that, we are building positivity, we're building community, and that is our goal, to bring in these new people, this new energy, and using our seasoned staff to help secure longevity, because we need, in order to reach our most dire need students. We need that love and that care. And what better to bring that love and that care than new energy and past experience. So our main goal is to learn, to grow, and succeed. Our program's purpose is to support the new classified employees, share institutional knowledge, build stronger schools and community, enhance job performance, promote career advancement, foster employee retention, and strengthen the workplace relationships. What is our mentoring? It's not somebody who's teaching you on-the-job training. We are your support person. We are, when things are going wrong, things are tough, you have somebody that you can just call. You can say, this is what's happening. I don't know who I should turn to. There are big schools out there, and when you're new and you're young, it's hard to know what you're supposed to do. And you're hoping that maybe somebody will help you within that community in your school. But now you have somebody on your side the whole way through. You won't have to worry as much. We're acting as a sounding board. We're offering guidance and ideas. We're steering them towards success. We're steering them towards this community where they want to come to work. They're enjoying their students. We're showing them how to better engage. We're sharing knowledge and expertise, and we're also having that one-on-one relationship, which is super important. What mentoring is not. It's not your orientation. HR does that. It's not on-the-job training. We kind of are already doing that once you kind of get thrown in, but we're helping you, supporting you while you're learning how to maneuver through your building. It's not tied to evaluations. It's not a means to a promotion. It's not a way to earn extra money. It's not your therapy, even though we are your support person. And it's not just time to socialize. Our program structure is that there will be a once-a-month meeting. The first meeting is at the mentee's site so that the mentor can kind of understand the environment that they're in. Each month, there'll be a new topic. The goal is to try and do it on the Wednesdays during the early release because we want it to be on the job, on the clock. But we do provide things because our bus drivers and our food services, their schedules are super, super tight. So we do accommodate to that. It's also cross-department learning opportunities, professional development for our seasoned employees. They get to have a sense of pride and ownership for allowing their coworkers to succeed. And we also have those regular check-ins with the mentees because they may not want to reach out. They may not know how. And so this regular check-in allows them to feel supported.
So the mentor classifications, minimum of 2 years classification or classified employees or positions, sorry. Strong performance record, acknowledge the knowledge of school operations. You guys, I'm super nervous.
You're fine, Joanne.
And I don't know why.
Just
I've
talk
talked
to-
to all of
yeah,
you
talk to us. Just
100
talk to us.
times.
That's great.
Doing awesome.
Commitment to supporting colleagues, good communication skills, understanding of district policies, and department expertise. Let's see if I can make this work. Areas of support, district policy navigation. So if somebody has a problem and they're a little scared of going to that district office to talk to them, we're always able to go and lend some support. Workplace procedures, technology systems, communication protocols, professional boundaries. That's a big one. It is hard in the school district to navigate the boundaries, so we're always here to support them. Professional growth. Implementation of schedule, August 20th, program launch. So we've done that. August 25th, the mentor training, and August 26th, the mentee matching. And then August and May, active mentoring. We will be meeting with them, like Wendy said, once a month. And then June, the program evaluation. July, program or planning and implementation and improvements. So We have a lot on our plate. We have a big hope and dream. Really, it's just bringing a heart to this district. We see the need to, your first work friend is your first best friend. So we want that to be a positive experience. We want it to bring the positive heart back to the district. Success metrics. Employee retention rates, job satisfaction scores, performance evaluations, attendance records, because that's important for a good employee, right? Professional growth, program participation, feedback surveys. The feedback surveys will be for all of us, for them and for us. Do you have any questions for me? Yes.
So you mentioned at the beginning that there was a high turnover rate either between new employees or employees that have moved to new buildings. Is that affecting mentor-mentee? If they're new to a building, are they a mentor, or can they be a mentor, or is it 2 years if you've been in the building?
It's 2 years with the district to be a mentor.
Gotcha.
But the movement doesn't change. Your mentor and mentee isn't just in your building, it's the entire district. So I actually have mentees in other buildings.
Yeah.
So it's not job specific and it's not building specific.
I just didn't know if moving positions would have affected the amount of people that could qualify for that. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, like she said, it's per district, right?
Yeah.
We did have some challenges. We did have several people that we expected to apply to be mentors, but mostly in SPED, we had a big shakeup last year. And so really amazing folks felt like they needed to learn their new program. They needed to learn their new building. And so they opted to not be a mentor on this round. So we did have that effect with the movement.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I just make a comment? Of course. I can tell by the looks on your faces and the smiles that you're excited about this program. And I think that's really exciting because it's going to propel it forward in a positive way. So.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Laura said that many times, and we were like, we know, we're in for it, and now we're here, and I'm like, I've never been so far behind on my email. I don't even know how I'm doing this. But yeah, it's super worth it. We're having a lot of really great feedback already. Like, we have one mentor, he was like, can we meet? I said, okay, maybe later in the week I'll come find you. And he said, I'm just going to tell you an email. I already met with everybody. We've already done blah, 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 and here's what I think we could do. And I was like, awesome. And then we have other people who just today are like, I don't know if I'm going to make my first meeting. Can you come and cover me so I can get over there? I was like, yep, we're going to do that. We're going to make it work. So everybody is finding their space, and it's really cool to watch and see how everybody's reacting.
Is arranging the coverage difficult? Seems like you'd have to be in a lot of different places.
So far, yes.
So far, yes.
It is difficult. We're finding there is a second shift to the district. You know, the custodians are usually like an hour to 2 hours behind the day shift. Mm-hmm. So that has been one of our struggles, but we're working it out.
And I did want to say thank you to HR. There is now in our front line a drop-down slot so that we can get a sub to cover, because my person is at the bus garage and I'm at Taquina. So he's only available from 8 to 2, and that's during my work day. And they don't get to do the early release, so I have to leave my day to go over and meet with him so that we're not past, because they don't even get off until about 5:30, so that would make a really long day for him if we met after that. So because of that drop-down slot, I am able to go and leave my building and know my building is going to be supported while I'm out helping a mentee.
Wonderful.
I was just curious, how were the mentors and mentees to the right matched?
So that also was quite a process. We waited, for really great advice, we waited until we did our mentor training. That way we could get a good all-day vibe of folks. And in the mentor training, you do a personality test. And so we really just sat together and threw all the names out, and here's this person's location, this is their job, this is their experience, here do we think they're gonna fit. And yeah, it was just a giant puzzle, really. And we've made changes. We've had a few people whose schedules didn't work, or some people didn't hit it off at their matchup, and so we've changed accordingly.
Okay.
I'm going to add too is having done it for so long within our district, it is required of every new hire in our district to go through a full year of mentoring, or they are not renewed, flat out. This is a pilot program, right? Because a district this size to just implement all that at once is going to be very difficult. But as they move forward, they're going to be able to train more mentors. Then they could have them building matched and job specific match. That's what we do. But we have that luxury because like we're in year 6. So keep that in mind too. It'll change.
One thing I forgot to add, we have a lot of interested folks who now have heard about it, they're back, and so we're gonna actually hold another training and we're gonna onboard more mentors. So we have about 8 more lined up. We have already exceeded our grant, and so we sat with district leadership and said, hey friends, we're out of money. So yeah, it's estimated that a new hire, Laura can explain this better. Yeah.
And my HR director would love to speak with you, but the estimate is $10,500 for every new hire that you lose, because you have to go through, the hiring process and the interviews and the onboarding, and then they've got training, and then when they leave, right, then you got to do it again, right? But she argues that. She says it's much, much more. So with that said, even if you look at it at $10,500 per person that you're losing, you can support the whole entire program pretty quickly. We were lucky enough. I sit on the Western Regional Educator Network coordinating body, and so I do mentoring work for the entire Western REN, both licensed and ESP, and we were lucky enough to have them fund us for, did we, 20,000? Flat 20,000 for the first year. So I'm excited to get that, but it will pay for itself next year by not having to hire as many people. So
Great job. Ladies, well done. Thank you so much. Okay, we are at I, consent agenda. And does anybody have anything they want to remove from the consent agenda and do it separately? Okay. Then I am looking for a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, Andy just got up to the left and he's next.
Well, then we're going to sit here for a second and we'll wait.
Move on to Dave.
Well, actually, yeah, if we want to, let's see here. Dave, can you do the operations report?
You bet.
All right, let's go ahead and do K2, the operations report.
Excellent. I'd like to bring up my team from operations, Lauren and Kathy and Scott. Come on up.
Yeah, perfect.
I have to get Kathy's out in the hallway here. So this group is just an outstanding group to work with. I'm really proud of them and their departments of what they accomplished this summer. And
But I doesn't bite.
girl always gets the front.
yeah, so I invited them tonight to also, so the new board members had a chance to put a name with the face. And also they can brag a little bit on their staff and what they accomplished this summer, and they can answer any questions that you had. 2 years ago, we started this document. I think I shared it with you once before, but it's really all the specifics of of what we're trying to accomplish in our departments and what our driving purposes are is this team does an outstanding job of modeling these practices, and I believe their work has had a huge impact on changing the culture out at operations. They respond 24/7. And Friday night, you know, when the huddle system's not working at the high school, they're there and they fix it, right? Lauren's responded multiple times, weekends and nights, to things across the district. Scott's taking deliveries on the weekends with food and things like that. So these are 24/7 folks for the district. So I'm gonna let our first presenter take it away, and that's Lauren.
All right. Well, thanks for the great introduction there, Dave. I'm Warren Stanley. I'm your facilities director. I just wanted to take a minute to share some of the outstanding things that were completed by the facilities, custodial, and grounds team over the course of the summer. So we received a total of 1,256 facilities maintenance express work orders during the course of the summer. We were able to complete 719 of those. So facility usage, we had 928 reservations that we took for use of our facilities throughout the district over the summer, for a total of 10,599 facility hours that our buildings were used. So I think that's pretty great. Our buildings are getting used a lot. Our work order completion rate was only 57.2%, but you know, we had some projects which we'll be going through as to, you know, why we didn't get to a lot of those. And we got to keep in mind that we get a lot of those that come in the month of August when staff come back, and it's hard to get to them because we're struggling to complete the projects we're working on. So some of the projects that we worked on this summer, we did some improvements at NAMS. You'll have to excuse, there's a typo there. It says HVAC and control upgrades. It's not really AC. Just want to clear that up in advance.
No, that's why I put the hyphen in.
So we did a mechanical upgrade at North Albany Middle School. It involved replacing a bunch of really old unit ventilators that were controlled with pneumatic control systems. So we didn't really have good control over the outdoor air that we were bringing into the space and the ventilation system. So we replaced all of those in the north wing in all of the exterior classrooms, and also upgraded all the controls to direct digital controls, which allows us much better control over our ventilation. We now have the ability to do demand control ventilation in those spaces. We have CO2 sensors, and we can help to purge the best we can at night by opening up the outside air dampers and basically pushing as much cool air into the space as possible. So this is equipment that was purchased years ago, and it's been sitting in storage, so it's nice to see it finally get installed and get, you know, put into use. Great project. Our team did some great work on it. In addition, we actually had some leftover unit ventilators that were purchased for NAMS, and we actually installed those in 6 classrooms at Liberty Elementary School. Those 6 classrooms got missed in the original mechanical upgrade, and they did not have outdoor air ventilation. So we were able to get those installed, upgrade the controls, and hopefully we've made some significant improvements there by having that demand control ventilation. So these are 2 pretty significant projects. We did bring in some contractors to help a little bit with Liberty because the NAMS project was just so big, and we had so much of our trades really focused on that project. In addition, so Meadow Ridge Elementary School was running on a 1/3 capacity of air conditioning. We had 4 different condenser motors that were bad on the chiller. We ordered those in March and received them, fortunately, the end of August, and were able to get those installed and get that back up to full capacity. So. Some of the other improvements we did, some infrastructure and safety improvements. We did a lot of replacing of old T8 light bulbs with newer TLEDs. Between custodial staff and electricians, we replaced approximately 5,100 T8 light tubes with TLEDs. We also replaced all of the lighting with actually LED fixtures, used ETO credits to purchase most of those in the upper gym at North Albany Middle School. And it was pretty bad. Towards the end of the summer, there were very few lights that were working up there. Ballasts were bad, and it's difficult to access those lights because it's upstairs. So you can't get a lift up there, and you can't get equipment up there very easily. So that was a really great project, came out good. So in addition, we assisted technology with installation of 100 plus new line smart TVs throughout the district. So also some safety enhancements that were completed. We took out quite a few trees. I don't know if you noticed that were unsafe. We took out 6 trees at South Albany High School. In addition, we took out a tree at Lafayette that was in the courtyard in the back, and we had several branches that broke and fell down on the roof on that tree. And we did a bunch of trimming also. West Albany High School courtyards, those trees, honestly, they kind of kept me up at night at times because they needed trim so badly. So that was a really great project, and I feel good about getting a lot of those safety issues taken care of. Also took it unsafe cottonwood out in front of North Albany Elementary School, as well as a leaning fir tree and a bunch of trimming out behind North Albany Middle School. In addition, we replaced several backboard assemblies. We had a lot of really old backboard assemblies in our elementary school gyms. Several schools that they just needed to be replaced. We couldn't fix them. A lot of them were kind of homemade, and they had like boat cranks to raise and lower them. So that was really great to get those done. Feeling really great about that. So, in addition, of course, we got the roof replaced, lower roof replaced at North Albany Middle School. That was a pretty significant project. Went well. We just did the punch list walkthrough today, and we do have a few issues, but it went really well. In addition, we did a bunch of repairs to the north classroom wing to buy us some time. That really needs replaced, but you know, it's kind of one of those things. We did some repairs to buy us some time until we can hopefully have the funds to replace it. In addition, we have roofing repair projects that are getting going right now. They're currently working at Oak Elementary School. They should be completed there this week. Then they will be headed to Takina and then to South Shore. And we're doing a lot of repairs on a lot of the old drain systems in order to hopefully prevent a lot of these leaks that have occurred and damage that happened to the roof from the ice storm. So we also did numerous floor repairs really throughout the district, numerous schools, and we just kind of did the best we could there. Another really neat project, Takina Elementary was repainted. That's an iServe project. For those of you that aren't familiar with that, great organization. Every year they come in, they get volunteers, they paint one of our buildings. We do a lot of work in front of them to get the building prepped and ready, and so there's a lot of time put into from the district also, but really great thing, and they help keep our buildings painted basically for us. So. In addition, we got parking lot restriping done at NAMS, Tangent, Memorial, and Timber Ridge. Getting to the point where you couldn't see a lot of those lines, and we're going to start getting a schedule put together so we can start going through the school district and do these periodically so that they're kept up. So, all right, that's it for me. Any questions?
Nice job.
I do. Sorry, this is one of the things. So Liberty has been, Dave and I had a chance to walk through Liberty, and they've been concerned about the heat load in those 6 classrooms. Do we have any feedback yet if those air handlers have actually been able to make a difference there?
From what I've seen, they're making a difference. So we have a good purge program going. You know, we've been trying to get that dialed in.
Right.
I will say it is difficult when it's still 70 degrees at night. We can only do so much.
Sure.
So the nighttime lows are really essential in allowing us to actually cool those spaces down.
One of the things Dave and I had talked about is putting in a digital thermometer there that can be read remotely so we can kind of monitor that. Was that ever
Well, we have DDC controls that we installed.
They can
on
see
our
it from
Zooms.
the Grand Prairie.
Oh, awesome. That's what I was talking about. So you can see the temperature in the classroom, and then
We can see everything. We've
Awesome.
got trends that we're watching to see what the supply air temperature is, basically everything. And that helps us to monitor and dial in that program so that it works as best as possible.
And yeah, we may not know the answer to this until next spring when it gets warm, but I'd be really curious to see how that plays out. So, because that's been something I've been working on and talking about for a while. So great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take this for Cindy. Cindy couldn't be here tonight. She was ill. Just want to highlight the transportation department doesn't shut down over the summer. They're pretty busy over there. So they have summer routes that they run year round. They run the North Point treatment service. Sursup is our summer school. They had 7 bus routes. South Albany High School did some routes for English language learners as well. Maintenance is always busy doing their fleet assessments, washing and detailing, and then the whole campus there gets cleaned as well. Community trips, we do a lot of community trips for Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, Parks and Rec, and one for ATI Millersburg as well. So they're utilizing our buses as well. But great work done by that stuff all summer as well. Turn it over to Kathy.
I'll go very quickly. As usual, every summer we do hire on summer student workers. So we had representatives from both of our comprehensive high schools. We had 6 students this year. They were amazing. We're looking forward to having them again next year. They allowed us to complete even more Chromebook maintenance than we were anticipating. And we did it in the first 4 weeks of summer, which equals out to about 19 working days. So that is a pretty significant loop for cleaning, updating, repairing, and just swapping things out. We spent some time doing security improvements. We've enhanced our logging so that we can see faster when anything is questionable that we might want to look into deeper. And I am absolutely blessed to have a red team cybersecurity person on my team. Red team's the guys that go in and try to do stuff. And he was able to visit all of our secondary schools this summer and do some penetration testing. We've made it significantly harder for our students to meander about. That's not a challenge. I'm sure we missed something. And then, as always, it was a massive team effort because without Lauren's team, we couldn't have gotten those 100 New Line interactive displays in. And that allowed us to have probably one of the best starts that I've ever participated in over the course of a summer. I've heard repeatedly from the teacher mentor starts they've had with very minimal technology challenges when people came back into the classroom. We also did just the usual annual upgrading of our switches, our infrastructure, and our wireless updates that we started last year that we finished this year. Those New Line interactive displays are part of the classroom technology enhancement that you started working on prior to my arrival that we've continued moving forward on. One of the other things that we did this summer is we've replaced our ticketing system for ease of use. I've received some really good feedback from staff who shared with me how challenging they found it to put in tickets previously. And so what I'm able to share with you here is kind of the ticket load when things come in over the course of the day. That's what the bottom graph is. That shows a flow of when we're receiving most of our tickets. And then the top graph is what usually happens in summer and in September is we are currently still receiving more requests than we're closing, but those will flip here shortly. And it gives us a really good ability to monitor what's going on. Lastly, this new ticket system also allows us to get survey results on every single ticket if somebody wants to choose to give us feedback. The only neutral, we've only had one neutral response and all of the rest have been very positive. And it was my fault. So I had an opportunity to thank the person and get the feedback, and we've already put some new pieces in place because we got the feedback. And 1 out of every 4 tickets we're closing right now seem to be getting amazing feedback. And kudos to my team because everyone has been called out by name. Jamin's amazing, Jamie's amazing, Evan's amazing, and they're all doing really well. And if I didn't name you guys, you're all amazing. I just don't have the ability to name you all. Any questions?
And Scott Lewis.
Good evening. The start of every school year has its challenges, and this year has been no different, from staffing to opening a new ship-out kitchen at West Albany High School. But we also have some streamlining things that we've done as well, from ordering processes to monthly regional collaboration meetings, which we've started this month and are continuing every Wednesday throughout the month. We've also drafted or in the process rather, of drafting GAPS SOP documents, so it will be easier to run units when we are short-staffed, which we are on occasion. The summer meal program results, we had 8,200 breakfasts served, 18,167 lunches served, and in 10 different community sites. I do have to say that although a little short-staffed at the moment, about 6 positions, we have the very best, and Kathy will argue with me, and Lauren will argue with me, and Cindy will argue with me, but we have the best staff. They work from the heart each and every day. They come in, they put in long hours, they do some really hard work. But the reward is that we feed the GAP students, and which is probably the best job in the world. Any questions?
It's not a question, but it's more of a comment. As a student who does get lunch from South, I do agree with you. They are great workers, and I love them. I love interacting with them. I love how they serve, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. In fact, one of our workers is here tonight from our West Albany kitchen. Brad, you'd be interested to know she makes the wonderful pizzas over there.
Where is she? We're going to talk later.
You know, one thing I want to add to that too is last spring we went through a process to select a company to come in on a 1-year basis. That has proven to be probably one of the greatest decisions we've made in operations over the last year. Ian, I hope I say your name right at the end, Tillotson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so he's been here 3 times, and he's the senior regional director. And the reason I say we selected the right company, they're here, they're present, they're listening, we're making adjustments. We had a little issue with French fries. The week later, we have new French fries to try out, right? So they've done a great job of supporting our program. Couldn't be more pleased with what they are doing to help us grow our program. And I tell you what, we couldn't do it without the hard work our staff is doing. Especially I want to point out West Albany High School being a new ship-out kitchen, being short-staffed. They really worked their tails off to make this work. So really appreciate them. Also, John in the back, he's a South Albany High School grad. He's an assistant food service director as well. He's doing a great job for us as well. Don't see him much because he's out in the buildings cooking all day long. So hopefully we'll get him back working at the Grand Prairie. So
if I could just say, just take a couple seconds here and tell you that when we came in January to have our first initial talks, and then in May to implement a program that we typically do in every district that we open, knowing that we were going from non-scratch to wanting to implement a full-blown scratch program, we did have a lot of concern, right? And me in particular, I'm like all gas, no brake. Okay. Obviously pared that back quite a bit because we want to make sure that we get things right so that your students are enjoying what we're doing and that the participation numbers go up. Now, at my level, I'm here to support him. So whatever Scott needs, he's going to come to me. I've got vice presidents that are there to support me and all the way up the line. I believe our CEO and founder is going to be here next week. So I'm hoping that you get a chance to meet with him.
Yeah.
So that's the commitment that Genuine Foods has to your district. We've got, and I believe that I won't be attending the next board meeting, but I believe we will have a vice president here at the next board meeting as well. So there are people that you can always reach out to. Don't hesitate. Our phone numbers, our emails are everywhere. So reach out, questions, comments, or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Good job, guys.
Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it. We had skipped past old business, which is the 2025-26 superintendent goals approval. Andy, did you have?
You know, they are there. The communications goal is not specific yet because we're still going to start figuring out what it is to be done. So that goal is that we'll have a communication plan by the end of the year built through trial and error and learning. And so those are the three goals, and let's go do them.
Okay, I believe we're seeking a motion on this.
I'll make a motion to, am I approving the goals?
Approve Superintendent Gardner's goals for
Yeah.
2025-26.
I will make a motion to approve Superintendent Gardner's goals for 25-26.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, new business. Board policy, CEA Educational Equity Advisory Committee. Andy.
Yeah, you may recall that this, the districts would be required, and Albany, of course, faces this requirement this year, to have a district equity committee. This had been adopted a couple of years ago, and it was going to be a public committee of the board, which would have required videotaping as well as minutes. This was seen then to be a hindrance to recruiting members of the committee who had some concern about speaking freely if it were going to be broadcast to the public. In the past legislative session, this has become a superintendent's committee, which eliminates some of that public facing of that. As you heard tonight, Kelsey has already done that. So this policy is simply an update which reflects it as a superintendent's committee. And this is first reading.
Moving on to L1B, LBEA denial for virtual public charter school student enrollment.
So by state law, the district, when it's above, any district, when it's above 3% of its total students that reside within the district, that would count homeschool students, that would count private school students. When more than 3% of those are enrolled at online charter schools outside of the district has the right to deny enrollments elsewhere. Parents have the right to appeal that to ODE. And we are in that situation right now where we are denying enrollment to online schools outside. This year, the district, of course, has taken some steps to improve. We now offer 2 complete K-12 systems. And so this just clarifies some of the language around calculating the total students and our ability to deny them.
Okay, L1C, the DBEA Budget Committee. Jane?
Yes, this policy has been changed to add 1 member from the Educational Equity Advisory Committee to the Budget Committee. So I will work with Kelsey on that. And that's really the only change in that policy.
Okay, and then L1D, DJC bidding requirements?
Yes, this one is being updated to match the state purchasing laws. And so some of the requirements, for example, a large purchase is changing from 150,000 to 250,000. And so what that means is you won't have to do an RFP at the 150,000 range, but you will at 250,000. And we can still choose to do an RFP at 100,000 if we feel like it's best for the district. But it's just aligning the purchasing with the state purchasing law.
Hang on half a second. Okay, so L1EDJCA personnel or personal service contracts?
This one is being deleted because it was added into the one above.
L1F EBC emergency plan and first aid?
So these are just minor changes in that, and they are already part of our policies and practices.
And L1G EBCB emergency drills?
It's the same thing. It's currently part of our practices, and it's just being updated a little bit.
And then L2 2025-26 supplemental budget and appropriation transfer resolution? We looking for, this is where we're looking for that motion that we talked about earlier.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I am seeking a motion, please.
I move to approve the supplemental budget and appropriation transfer resolution as presented.
I second.
Go ahead.
I second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then I had my addition here, a new business, and it's something I talked about the last meeting, and I'm interested in exploring the possibility of getting volunteer help in the classrooms, K through 5, especially K through 3, to help students learn to read. And I know this program existed before COVID, and then COVID just kind of drowned it out and it got lost. And I'm want to get Ryan's input, and Chris, especially yours, being an educator, about the importance of when students aren't at grade level, at the third grade level, the data from what I've been told shows that they will struggle for the rest of their academic life. And so being the problem solver, we had our little work session today, I'm a problem solver and that's what I do. It seems to me then that's where you put your effort. If we can make a difference, that seems to be the place to do it. So I'd like to have some discussion about how that would look like. There'll be no action tonight. It's really kind of a first step. Take a look at it, get some input and see where it goes.
What's the status currently of volunteers in the classroom? I know my daughter goes to read with kids at school, and I wonder how many other people are already doing that, if there's something in place that we could build on, or?
The process for volunteers to help does exist. I think what Brad has shared with me is he would like to amplify the call. And we've had discussions with a couple of the elementary principals. That is something that is worth trying. It requires us to be somewhat prepared so that we can plug in. If we went out and got a bunch of volunteers and we weren't particularly organized. So it's going to have to be kind of a cadence move here of both the plan and the call. And I know Brad has talked about the Boys and Girls Club.
Yep.
Being able to do that.
Yeah,
So
we
certainly working in this in an exploratory format at this time and working towards that.
And you know, as we just had a work session, and one of the things we talked about is why we're here. And our whole purpose of being here on the board and having a board in a school district is to improve our students' outcomes. Yeah. And so I want to continue to have discussions along that vein, and I'll continue to bring this up at every meeting so that we can continue to talk about how we can find some innovative approaches to improve the outcomes for our students, because we owe them that. And Albert Einstein once famously said, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is one of the definitions of insanity. So we need to look at some different things on occasion when we find these problems and see if we can attack them. So that's where I'm coming from on this. Would love your input as we move forward. And that's all I had on that. Let's have more discussion. Okay, we're moving on to, oh, sorry. Oh, please, yeah.
May I propose an effort that can be made to increase the number of volunteers for K through 3 reading? Sure. Is it possible to reach out to the LBCC early child developmental programs to see if there's any volunteers for possible work experience? I can get them more experience in their fields.
It's my personal belief that we're gonna have more volunteers than there are slots. I believe there's a real need out there for people to want to come and read to kids and help out. And so the hardest part for the district is going to be how to manage those volunteers and how to plug them into where they need to be. That's really going to be, in my opinion, now that's a great source of volunteers, but I really think that's what's going to be the biggest hurdle. But we're going to continue to talk about it, and we're going to continue to try to make it and hopefully get a pilot program started before long, because these kids need that help now. Okay.
No quarrel with that, Mr. Wilson.
M, other business, information only, summer school report, Mr. Schmidt.
The presentation has been posted to your board packet. If you would like, I can highlight a few key parts of summer school, and if you're interested in that, yeah. We were fortunate to receive a grant through ODE to offer summer school for our elementary students. We offered a K-3 program at Meadow Ridge, and we ultimately partnered with City of Albany Parks and Rec. That was a really fantastic partnership where they would come out once a week and provide recreational-based activities and learning activities for the students. We ran classroom-based activities that focused on early literacy and reading and closing some gaps in our reading program with students from across the district. They've developed a pretty fantastic garden at Meadow Ridge, and we had outside gardening activities for the students as well. We did bring out additional tents when it got hot and had to shut that down for a few days. But they had a fantastic time, and students were thoroughly engaged. We also offered summer programming for our ELL students as well, and they were able to focus on literacy language development and showed some great growth over the course of the summer. We ran our traditional high school credit recovery programs as well, and there were some significant number of credits earned by students over the course of the summer. I think if I can get to my data sheet here, the total number of credits that were earned were 232.5 credits for the high school students. Most impressive is we had 4 seniors that were not able to finish their graduation requirements by the end of the year in June that did so over the summer. So we had 4 more grads, which is always, that's an awesome opportunity and a great success for those students. And those are kind of the highlights.
Any questions? Okay, we're at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting, so I've got a couple things to read here before we get onto that. Some public comment reminders. The information you provide, as well as your comments, are matters of public record. Commenters may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints criticizing specific student groups or individual district staff members. Complaints will be handled following the steps outlined in Board Policy KL and Administrative Regulation KL-AR1, copies of which are available on the table outside the conference rooms. Commenters should treat the meeting with respect and follow policies ACB, all students belong, and AC, non-discrimination. These policies protect students, employees, and visitors with an environment free from discrimination, harassment, or bias incidents based on perceived race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin. Written public comments are read independently by the board prior to the meeting. The board may discuss a written public comment in the board meeting. The written public comments will be available in the updated board packet. Tonight, we received no written public comments. If you are not able to provide your comment this evening, you can submit your comment as well as written public comment for the next board meeting or email the board. Information is available on a slide presentation at the conclusion of the public comment, or you can pick up handout at the table. The public comments will follow the following process. The board will allow a total of 15 minutes for public comment. Each commenter will have 3 minutes to provide public comment. Comments should be brief and concise. In-person public comments will be followed by the virtual public comments. There are none signed up for today that I'm aware of. Your comment should be directed to the board. The board may engage with the commenter by asking follow-up questions. The board chair will refer questions or requests for action to the superintendent for response or follow-up at a later date. The audience should not engage with the commenter. When your name is called, please come up to the podium and state the following: your name, if you reside within the district or work for the district, and your affiliation with the district, student, parent, staff member, or community organization. Okay, that was a lot. So we have 2 people who would like to come up and speak with us today. The first name is Autumn, and is it Mullis? Yeah, thank you.
I am Autumn Mullis. Can you hear me? I'm pretty loud. I don't think I need that. I work in the West Albany High School kitchen. I cook your pizzas. We do everything from the moment we arrive to the moment we leave. We wash dishes. We don't have a dishwasher, so it's up to us. We serve the kids. We have student serve helpers. I am informing you that our kitchen is unprepared. We are unprepared as staff. We have currently 4. John sometimes helps out. We have 4. Last year, at the same time, before doing transport, we had 4. So we have received no additional support, and we are now serving over 700 more meals a day, doing transport, doing extra dishes, doing extra food, and we are not able to provide our students with sandwiches and salads every day because we are having to now skim ourselves back to provide for these transport kitchens. We also have unsafe working conditions. We do not have if any of you have been in West Albany High School, the stock room is about the size of your bathroom. We have 1 freezer and 1 cooler, which as law, we are supposed to have a backup freezer. We should also have extra storage space. We don't even have the capacity. If we were to get more people in, we don't have enough workstations for those people. I love being a lunch lady and I love serving my kids, but we are slacking as lunch ladies or as lunch people because we don't have enough staff and we are now trying to expend ourselves. We are telling people online that we are serving scratch food. We are not. I am serving the same pizza that I served last year. It is just a different box. I am pulling things out of a container and serving spaghetti sauce out of a container again. I am frustrated because we are spread so thin and it's just told that we are just to expect and do, and I am doing my job. I'm doing it to the fullest extent and for my children because my children go to this school and I want to serve them better food, but at what expense? Because I am not the only kitchen who has issues with the time constraints that we cannot serve a scratch unless you want to add another 20, 30 employees. We are not able to cook scratch food, which is fine, but we are learning methods to cook the food better that we are receiving, and that is a-okay. But as a lunch person and serving lunch, we are unsafe, we are not prepared, and it's costing the district, I know, more money. So and then I have expressed my concerns. I have reached out to multiple of my higher ups, and I have been told to just wait and figure it out. We can't wait because in 6 months when we need to pop back from being a transport kitchen, because this is not safe. Like if we provide more people, we are going to be running into people and we're going to be having an unsafe kitchen and it's just going to create chaos. I'm coming to you guys because I have reached out. I don't know what to do anymore. We're spread thin and I know you guys cannot hire a bunch of employees to just fill us in and we're trying. However, this was not prepared. As the 6 Ps in life, this was not one of them. We jumped on the bandwagon and we were not ready. And that is okay to say, but us lunch ladies are the ones having to deal with it and cook and do all of it. Thank you for your time. I had my 3 minutes. It was beeping at me.
Okay.
We'll look into that.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask you to do that.
Thank you.
Next person, is it Chanel? Yeah. Make sure. Okay. Thanks. And last name, Chanel? Protzman, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chanel Protzman. I'm not someone who you would normally find public speaking, so please be patient with me. I am the mother of 4 children enrolled in the Albany School District. I have a first grade daughter at Meadow Ridge, and I have a 4th, 7th, and 8th grader at Timber Ridge. A concern that I and many other parents that I would like to shed light on is the allotted time our children are given each school day for lunch. I don't feel 15 minutes is enough time for our children to arrive in the lunchroom, wait in line, find a seat, and eat their food. It is causing stress on our kids, and they come home very hungry and telling us they do not get enough time to eat during lunch. Employees are required by law to give their employees at least the bare minimum 30 minutes for lunch, yet we are cutting that time in half for our children in schools. And as I would suspect, you know, since you work in the school district and specialize in children's academia, children need nutrients to support their growing brains in order to learn and retain what is being taught, and they are not receiving the vital nutrients their bodies need in order for them to learn and grow properly. I can only speak for myself on this one, but my pediatrician would not find these eating habits healthy. Why are our children being treated this way, and what can we do to give them the time that they deserve to eat lunch while they are in the Albany School District's care? And that's the end of what I had to say.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Chanel, thank you. I have your email, came today to
Yeah.
me, but you obviously had talked with the school prior, is that correct?
I did talk to Timber Ridge. I did speak with them on Friday because my son mentioned to me that when he was at lunch, he wasn't able to finish eating his food in the 15 minutes that they gave him. And last year, they would allow him to sacrifice his recess time, that extra 15 minutes to finish eating. And the person that he spoke with said that they are no longer allowing that.
We will work, we'll work on this and figure out what's going on there.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
Yep, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're at that time where there's no more to talk about on the agenda. So that means we're waiting for that one last motion.
I motion we adjourn.
I have a second.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Meeting's adjourned.
Well, we're only at 5 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah.
No, it's been a great time.
Kind of getting warmed up.
God, it
Or
really
so.
has been.
It has been that long, yes.